All right, everyone. Welcome back to another Monday night edition of Old Dominion Heroes. Our normally scheduled Waterdeep Dungeon of the Mad Mage is on temporary hiatus. And for the time being, we'll be filling this spot with an assortment of one-shots, running through the Candlekeep mysteries and a mix of some homebrew games as well. One thing that this does is afford us the opportunity to invite some loyal viewers, new friends and players who haven't had a spot at the table yet. And so, for tonight's episode of the Candlekeep Mysteries, The Price of Beauty, I would like to welcome a new player to the Old Dominion table. Can you start out by introducing yourself? You can use character name if you prefer not to use an online alias. And tell us a little bit about your character, any relevant backstory you'd like to share out of game that the audience can know. If you want the players to not know, you can say out of game you would know. Or if it's stuff you share openly, we'll assume that based on the way this adventure kicks off, that maybe your compatriots knew these things about you. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our new friend, Treecaster.
Hello there. I am Andrew, known in various places online as Drayden. I'm playing Treecaster this evening. Treecaster is a Fearbog wizard. The unique thing about Treecaster is his spellbook. It's his spellbook, instead of being an actual book, is a bonsai tree, and all of the different formations of the bonsai tree specify which spells he has access to, and to gain access to new spells, or to put a new spell into the tree, he has to use Druidcraft to grow more of the tree, which takes time and materials and whatnot, just the same as you would with a spell scroll or anything else. But that's his big thing. He's very open, very friendly. He goes by Treecaster because obviously what he does, that's what people nicknamed him, and he just kind of stuck with it because he didn't really have a name otherwise. Not too much about me personally. I do have an Etsy shop where I make things. So if anybody's interested in that, I will definitely give that information out. But other than that, let's turn it over to somebody else, because I'm just going to start rambling if I keep talking.
Let's go ahead and go to the left, and we'll introduce your neighbor in the adjacent screen.
Craig.
Oh, that's you. What? Oh, you guys are...
Oh, it's me?
Yeah, sorry about that. You guys are looking at the
I'm
screen.
looking at the other... Okay.
It's all good. That's my bad.
I play Cricket. It's like 5 foot tall, kind of little spiky haired girl. She has a weird. She's got a shield. She got like it looks like a cricket bat. And she's kind of a jerk. She just screws around a lot. And just making jokes, and she's usually drunk. But you can tell that she's been a sailor for many years, even though she's like 23. So, she has her own boat. It's called the Kraken. And you wouldn't think that she would have a boat, but she does. And she's known to claim things by writing her name on whatever she finds, and then she just claims that she owns it. And that's it.
All right. So next up is going to be our friend playing Jade. Tell us a little about yourself.
Hey, it's Jason. Jade is a new character that I workshopped a couple months ago, and She's a summer of season Eladrin elf who grew up, and she was trained from birth to be like a warrior, and she decided that she didn't want that, and she started dabbling in the dark arts, and that's all I'm going to give you right now. But that's how she started out.
All right, I'll dig it. And we'll finish up with a friend from our normal cast of Monday Night Mad Mage. Craig, go ahead and tell us who you'll be playing tonight and a little bit about your character, if you will, please.
Hey, as mentioned, I'm Craig. I will be playing Alris Kalana, a sea elf rogue, a swashbuckler, who is a new character I'm still figuring out, but he's also known as the Flickering Blade.
Ooh.
And
You get inspiration right offhand for that. I'm serious. You get inspiration. I dig it. The Flickering Blade.
And he's fallen on hard times and has ended up being press ganged into becoming first mate on the Kraken, and he isn't quite sure how he got there.
Nice.
You let a 5-foot girl bully you?
All right. So, let's get it going. This is going to be hopefully a 2-part adventure at most, but our party and its players tend to get a little bit wild sometimes, so don't be surprised if this episode stretches into a couple different parts. But let's go ahead, and without further ado, I am DM Shogun Rue, and I present to you Candlekeep Mysteries, The Price of Beauty. So, just to fast forward the set of the scene, the 4 of you, odd as it may seem, have been brought together under royal appointment by the kingdom of Tall Hill and its king. Tall Hill, already affiliated with and aware of his 2 royal court servants, Treecaster, the newly appointed court wizard, strange to the land, Furbolg, used to dwelling mostly among his people in the ancient mystery schools where magic came from the trees, is not quite settled into big city life in the kingdom that currently rules over the province that his native people live in. Jade, you had been made aware of an ever-growing problem in a neighboring kingdom. It seems as across the Brackenwood and the Citadel Mountains, far to the west, a sister kingdom, rival, sometimes tentative ally at best, known as Lycanstone, has been plagued by mysterious, violent, murderous circumstances at the hands of what the local lore says seem to be not of this world. The king of Tall Hill and the king of Lycanstone forge a temporary alliance and agree to send some heroes to meet at the Candlekeep in efforts to attain additional wisdom, resources, perhaps recruit one of the retired wizards who has settled in for a life as a dedicated avowed at the Candlekeep, bringing them back into the field of war. And we'll start our game, say that after some tenuous introductions, especially among the 2 strangers meeting such royal officials, Cricket and Elris, you hesitantly agree to take on this quest at the promise of great wealth, grandeur, and in this case, Cricket's craving of her own personal keep.
I own a ship.
The 4 of you make haste, avoiding the perilous woods, especially after recent events of abduction and disappearance, and the rumor of an evil queen ferry taking over the land. You cross through the treacherous paths of the Citadel Mountains, heading westward to make the invitation briefly with the King of Lycanstone, resupply, and then head yet further west and eventually northward along a coastal road to the Lion's Way, across a narrow sea bridge carved out by ages of seawater. Sitting atop a strange, mountainous-like spire is an ancient library, the likes of the greatest poems, books, and painted depictions could not do justice to. The four of you are welcomed at the gate with an invitation sealed by the royal emblem of the Kingdom of Tall Hill. Quickly ushered into the Candlekeep, you are met with one of its loyal servants, a volunteer, a cloistered individual, an avowed person who has decided to sacrifice the freedoms of a normal life in almost a religious service of the protection of books and knowledge of the far realms. As you all are shown into the main chamber atrium of the first of many libraries, you see a person off in the distance. Nervous muttering precedes the approach of one of the avowed, who scans the tomes on the surrounding shelves as they draw near to you. "She must have been here. I don't understand," they murmur, and they catch sight of you. "Ah, forgive this disturbance," the acolyte says. "But I'm looking for..." They stop short as they catch the sight of a strange book, gilded in the finest of gold, wrapped in supple green leather, with a platinum mirror on its cover. "The Price of Beauty. Yes, I'm looking for that one." Then, looking over to your group, the acolyte appears. "But you haven't seen anyone else? Well, you haven't seen Falthrax, have you?" Before you stands a middle-aged neutral half-elf, searching for a missing friend. Her name is Loris Nis. She approaches you anxiously, pushing her glasses up on her nose with this book in her hand that is a large tabletop volume, so it occupies a good space of her arms as she has them crossed in front of her white robes, which dangle with various scrolls emblazoned with methodical writing in her studies as an avowed here at the Candlekeep. And she says, "Welcome. You must be the party sent from Tall Hill, correct? Here by King's appointment?"
Yep, that's us.
"Well, my name is Loris Nis, and it's certainly lovely to see you, and I definitely would appreciate your help. I know it seems silly, little old me being a part of such a royal scandal, but you know, I'm in a bit of trouble right now, and if it weren't for the fact that my uncle holds a high position within the Kingdom of Tall Hill, I'm afraid I probably would be in even more trouble, you see, because, well, my friend went missing, and he's very important to the research." And she nervously thumbs her hands as she tries to hold back more than what she feels she should share with you at this moment.
Just to let you all know, I'm dumb and I have no charisma.
So Jade would ask this, he said half elf, right?
Yes.
She would ask, did your friend disappear into the book?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Were they reading the book and then they disappeared?
Oh, well, you see, Falthrax is, at best, skin deep, I fear that his time working here was appointed to him and not quite voluntary. And being a dwarf of the hills, he sought adventure and splendor and all the experiences of his people. And, I don't think dwarves were much made for libraries myself either. How can you reach books when you're so... Well, anyway, I guess as the years passed by, he became more and more obsessed with his youth, fearing he would lose his greatest years. And, he'd been quite depressed lately, and recently we had someone come through the Candlekeep that spoke about their god, Sune, the goddess of beauty and love. And, I don't think he had ever heard of her, worshipping, the old dwarven gods and whatnot, so he became fascinated with their religion and the promises of eternal youth. I don't know. I'm afraid that he spent a lot of his free time reading books about her. I'm not sure how this one relates, but you're more than welcome to take a look if you'd like.
I'll just say real quick. I was like, oh, do you know who Timora is? Because that's like the super dope god.
Well, of course I know who Timora is. The Candlekeep. Look at me fumbling over my words. Our great libraries here at the Candlekeep have volumes on the whole known pantheon of gods, even from worlds beyond here, like Oerth and Kryn.
I'll just pull my pull my sleeve up on my right arm. I go, check this out. I got this tattoo. It's like a big gold coin. Timora's face on it on my right arm.
Loris pushes the glasses up on her nose and she blushes a little bit and kind of looks at her feet nervously and she says, well, I guess that's quite dedication. Did it hurt?
Not really. I mean, not when you're as tough as me.
Well, they really only give us this, and it's kind of just to show our dedication to the keep. And she pulls a leather cord from around her neck that has a golden pen hanging from like a thin gold ring, and the pen itself, on the cap of it and the body, are inlaid in like a poured metallic red, the emblem of the Candlekeep, which is kind of like a letter T with bent arms down and a little house underneath. Kind of represents the library's sigil. And she says, this is my my form of dedication. And she looks around and she says, well, I guess, I don't know as much about why you're here as you do. I only hear rumor of there being trouble, great trouble, and especially in Lycanstone, and something to do with beasts and covens and undead and just things of nightmares.
Yep. That's what's happening.
Can I take a look at that book, please?
Oh, certainly. And she stumbles forward, tripping on her toes a little bit, and she goes to open her arms to fold the book out to show you and sort of bobbles it a bit. And she says, well, I suppose it's best that we go somewhere, maybe a reading room with a lectern. And so she ushers the two of you all to a small room adjacent to the main atrium that you stand in with the general library. And the room is unoccupied. In the center of the room, there's a small lectern, and she places the book on there with the clasp still latched, the mirrored cover still showing bright as day, and the gold glinting in the sunlight that comes through poured leaden glass windows.
Is anybody else interested in seeing what's in this book, or is it just me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my face right in that mirror, because I want to look at myself.
Crack that bitch open.
You said you put your face in the mirror?
Yeah, I just look at it so I can look at myself.
So when you look in the mirror, you see a picture of yourself swirl into the reflection. It apparates before you and turns its face to match the same angle opposite of you, the mirrored image, settles and moves in mimicry with your subtle movements, even the flicker of your eyebrow. You hear it speak to you in a soft voice that does not sound like your own, but still beautiful, feminine, and pleasant. It says, well met, dearest one. How do you feel today?
This book is fucking great. I feel great.
Well, you could feel even greater. Welcome to The Price of Beauty by Silvari Silversong. Adherent to the goddess Sune. So the book essentially is announcing its own title. It seems as though the book has kind of pre-recorded responses.
Yeah, I'll say that. I was like, this book, this what you said, because I can't. I'll just say, oh, well, apparently this book is called blah blah blah. I'm like, y'all, maybe y'all should look into it.
So as you continue to look at it after you stop asking its questions, before your face disappears from the center viewpoint of the mirror, you see the mirrored reflection of yourself putting on makeup. You look beautiful. Not that you aren't pretty or feminine to begin with, but being the rugged adventurer you are, you don't often see yourself looking so alluring. I mean, if you saw a woman of your own grandeur like this and didn't think it was you, even you would be tempted. And so you see this image of yourself, and it purses its lips and looks at you and says, I offer you the greatest of life-enhancing, beauty-enhancing, mind, body, and soul-enhancing experiences. Come to the Temple of the Restful Lily, owned by Lady Silvari Silversong.
The Restful Lily. And I'll say that out loud.
Yes, the Restful Lily offers unique services to its clients for enhancing beautification in adherence to worship of the goddess Sune. Lady Silvari Silversong could do something great about that mole on your nose, and you all of a sudden feel a mole pop up on your nose.
Oh, crap.
While he's in the mirror, I'm going to go ahead and crack the book open.
All right, so as you crack the book open, the voice of Cricket's pantomimed puppet self begins to fade off as it disappears from you. The reflection stops, the magic ends. You open the pages of the book and you see the contents page with the title, and it reads The Price of Beauty, and below it says by Lady Silvari Silversong. And you see a few other things that the book didn't announce about itself. The book was published, a couple hundred years ago, and it was published by a publisher in the town of Silvery Moon, which you all, just based on your time and travels, would be aware is an elven city that accompanies a legendary mountain range that is bathed in like magical sunlight, magical moonlight. Let's see here. The other thing that you see as you begin to turn through the book is that the book is basically part memoir, part self-appreciation, part instruction booklet about how to better and beautify oneself, and it talks about the life and experiences of the author, Lady Silvari Silversong. It also mentions the reason that she published the book was to extol the virtues of beauty and love through her adherence to the worship of the goddess Sune, and that through true love and true beauty, that's the only way that they could heal the world. And it also goes into information about how she created this incredible vista, this getaway, this oasis called the Temple of the Restful Lily in the city of Silvery Moon, dedicated to her goddess, and that people have been coming from all over the far corners of Toril to experience the incredible delights and luxuries at the Temple of the Restful Lily, and it's just giving her renewed adherence. You go ahead and continue flipping through the book. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'm going to relay what I've read to the rest of the party. And I'm going to look around the room and see what else interesting might be in the room.
So as you poke around the general study room you're in, you see a few pull-down scroll maps for different continents, and then a world map depicting the continents overall in the Great Seas of Toril. You see a chalkboard and some chalk, loose vellum and parchment ink pots, and an inkwell with a dried quill. You just see a collection of other tomes for general reference, particularly on languages and runes and things of that nature that help and aid in the translation of stuff as people would maybe read and research. But other than that, nothing of merit.
I'm going to ask the half-elf that is with us if she minds if I borrow the book about runes.
Sure.
And I'm just going to pick that up and just kind of slip it into a pouch before she answers.
So as you begin to slip it into the pouch, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand check.
Right.
And the half-elf, Loris, is not really paying attention because she's kind of been chattering to herself and hoping that you all were listening, but it seemed that all of you sort of started looking at this book as it interacted with Cricket and really paid her no mind. But in the background, as she wandered about, kind of running her hands along the chalkboard and talking to you about her woes and her worry of missing Falthrax, she says, Falthrax is the key to something incredible. The head of the Candlekeep, the great reader himself, the Archmagister, has entrusted Falthrax with the success of a secret so powerful it could destroy whatever thwarts the city, the kingdoms, and the free world as we know it. And you rolled 12. All right, so let me roll perception on her real quick. She does not see. So you tuck the bag, the book on runes, into your bag. Does anybody else want to do anything?
Jade would have been listening to her rambling because Jade doesn't care about beauty or anything like that.
Go lay down. Go to bed.
So Jade would have been in the room, but she would have been hanging back and surveilling everything.
Okay. Anybody else?
Alex just kind of stood in the corner looking bored. He didn't care about books.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just, after I saw myself in the mirror looking all pretty, I'm just thinking about how I could put makeup on and look pretty.
So, who had the book last? Do you still have the book, Treecaster? With the pages of lectern open? Okay.
Yeah.
So, the book begins to glow and hum. And you see light emanating from the cover side page, which is currently flipped down with the mirror underneath.
I hate when books glow.
I need everybody to go ahead and roll perception for me.
No, jeez. I have advantage for some reason.
11.
All
I
right.
don't know why I have advantage.
13.
Nice. Whenever it pops up.
Oh, come on. 17.
Nice. Okay. So far I can't see Treecasters because it hasn't popped through yet, but that's probably on me. Never mind, it did. Okay. So the only person that noticed is Cricket. You see Loris walking toward the book. She picks up the cover of the book as the light begins to shine in her face, and this time it reflects her, but it says, "Welcome, your invitation has been granted to the Temple of the Restful Lily." And you see this just beam of light open to essentially what appears to be about a 10-foot tall, 4.5-foot wide doorway with like a fancy arch at the top. And the page of the book that is occupied just inside of the cover seems to be caved inward like a tunnel of light, essentially. It's like a giant hallway has opened up. And you see Cricket, Loris begin to walk into this tunnel of light and start wandering off.
I follow immediately.
All right. So Cricket's begun walking into this tunnel of light. At this,
Don't go into the light.
I told you I'm not smart and I'm not charismatic.
all right, so Cricket starts walking into this tunnel of light, plunging deeper into this blinding, tunnel. Does anyone else follow after?
They would jump in after because that's the kind of person that she is.
So Jade, fearing your disapproval of the king for losing a paid adventuring companion, even though they are new, you follow reluctantly. Elris, are you jumping in? Treecaster, sorry.
I will. I'll go up and I'll inspect the doorway and just make sure that.
Roll me an Arcana check.
And so I'm gonna just stick my hand through.
Cool.
And just make sure that it doesn't come out mangled or
excellent.
Or
no, I appreciate it.
I've stuck my hand into things and it didn't go well.
Yeah, y'all wanted to see the fastest D&D game. I just killed 2 players in the first 20 minutes. No, just waiting on. Okay, there we go. So with your 14, you look at the portal and you reluctantly plunge a hand forward into the light. You pull it back and your hand just feels warm. It feels warm just like you would being out in the forest, walking through sunlit trees. The canopy above you filtering green light down. It bathes your skin, and that built-in Furbolg photosynthetic feeling of nature and just the pure balance of beauty that the world has hits you. You see your spellbook begin to react and actually begin to grow 4 new leaves. 1 pine, 1 oak, 1 maple, and 1 I don't know. Name another one. Pine, oak, maple. Dogwood. Sure. Cherry. Whatever you want. And you're able to discern with your 14 that the book itself is kind of just like a portal. It's basically written to extol the virtues of her temple and talk about her, but every single copy of this book, there are only a few, are all linked to a portal spell that takes you directly to the Temple of the Restful Lily.
It's like a D&D timeshare.
I freaking love that, dude.
Is his hand smaller?
No.
Damn it.
I'm going to grab a piece of vellum or parchment or whatever that was on the floor.
Sure.
And I'm going to conjure my wizardly quill that I get.
Awesome.
And I will write a note on the quill, or on the vellum rather, stating who we are, where we've gone, and who we've gone with.
Oh, that is so freaking smart.
And I'm going to leave that under the book on the lectern.
Excellent. That's awesome, dude. Literally, I've done 2 of these with the party, and a couple of them are playing in this party now, and no one's thought to do that yet. So you can go ahead and take a point of inspiration for that as well. I think that's brilliant. So you walk into the portal carrying your spell book, this living bonsai tree, and so you plunge deeper into the light. Just this continued sense of warmth fills your face, and you feel your cheeks, almost against your will, rise into just this full, contented smile. What about you, Elris? Oh, I can't hear you, Craig.
I think you're muted or something.
Yeah, he's muted up.
Sorry, dog.
No worries, buddy.
Yeah. Elris draws his rapier of warning, holding that up in front of him. Goes, oh man, not this crap again, and kind of just runs after Cricket into the portal.
That's so awesome. Dude, you guys are doing so great. This has been so fun, and the game hasn't even really started. All right, so you all plunge forward into an uncertain destination, eventually reaching the end of the tunnel of light, and you pop out.
Uh-oh.
Don't look up at the top of the map just yet, because I have to fog some stuff. So try to stay down at the bottom.
I'm still looking at a book.
Okay.
Yep, me too.
Okay, good. Well, then I should be able to do this before y'all get here. Fog. I forgot to prepare some things beforehand, and I should have done this.
Oh, you mean like when we screwed your game up the other day?
Oh yeah, it happens to the best of us. Son of a bitch.
Saturday was a rough one for Ryan.
No, that was Thursday. Saturday was me.
Oh, was that Thursday?
Yeah.
When none of you would make up names for your characters.
We made up names. I was Wizard.
All right. So, has the map loaded for you guys yet?
I see a map and I see some fog.
Okay.
I still see a book. But I think that's my BBTT issue.
Yeah, probably so. I don't have your token out. That's why you guys aren't on there. My bad, folks. I keep forgetting that you have to drop a token for it to pop you on the map.
I see a bunch of fog and some grass.
All right, so you are seeing what I need you to see then. Wait,
Just
where
roll
is Cricket?
physical dice if you don't want to. Do you have physical dice there? You don't have to roll in game. Just roll physical dice.
Okay. Then I will go grab those real quick, and I'll be right back.
Yeah. If it's slowing your computer down, just roll that.
Yeah. It's the honor system. I'm refreshing myself.
Dishonor on your wizard.
Well, as a wait for the map to load up for myself as well, I didn't realize it was going to be such a challenge tonight. I might cut the music. Let me close that website. Let me close this.
Okay, boys, easy.
So, basically, you appear, at the end of a short gravel footpath decorated with just wonderful topiary and flowers that leads its way up to a large establishment. This establishment is just overwhelmingly beautiful. It is as well taken care of with adornments of plants and statuary, depicting, just all sorts of, female elven figures, mythical creatures. There are like these jade-colored green terracotta, almost like tiles that make up the roof line, and colonnades that ride up on the front, along with arches and other ornate stonework. At the end of the path leading up to a series of double doors, carved brilliantly out of the finest artisanal bird's eye maple with swirls of different colored wood just eking in and out in an entrancing way that seems to ripple actively in the sunlight. And above the doorway, you see a sign written in Elvish, and the sign reads, Temple of the Restful Lily.
Where's my character?
I'm working on it. I had to refresh because I didn't see your token.
I don't see the map, but I'm watching it on Twitch.
Yeah.
I'll try to refresh.
Are you Howler77?
Yeah, that's what.
Okay. Yeah, it says your token is loading. I don't know why.
Halor. That was my first D&D character.
That's because you took so damn long to make your shit.
Oh no, that was my first WoW character.
Oh wow. No pun intended.
Long time ago.
All right. So, what do you guys want to do? You're standing in front of this extravagant establishment.
I will walk right up and start looking around because I think it looks.
You think it what?
I'll walk right up, like
Okay.
to the entrance of it, and because it looks pretty cool, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, you would be, enticed to at least figure out what's going on. Having walked through a strange portal, you guys arrive at this entryway. What are you guys gonna do?
I'll walk right on in and start looking around, and
So you go and open a door?
sure.
Awesome. So as you go up to the door, you notice that it has two golden handles that twist about, and it appears that the knob part of the handle is a female head in profile with a face that is eyes closed, looks beautiful, almost like it's bathing in sunlight. And written around the handle, you see elven runes. You end up being able to turn the handle very easily. It clicks open and the double doors part before you, and standing behind a reception desk is a rather interesting individual. You see a red-skinned male with slicked black greasy looking hair that's been combed and matted into like almost a pompadour look, with silvered earrings hanging down from both of his earlobes, dressed in a fancy vest with a satin shirt and some suspenders and a little tie, bow tie around his neck. And he sits at the desk with a book open, pen in hand, and as he hears the door click open, he says, "Oh, goodness!" And he stands up from the table and he says, "Welcome to the Temple of the Restful Lily. I am Saith. I'll be at your service. Do you have an appointment? We weren't expecting anyone. I'm so sorry. Please don't tell my employers."
I'll go, "Hey guys, this place is pretty awesome," and I'll go run and give that guy.
You run and give what?
Give him a big hug.
All right, so you run around the desk and you give Saith a hug. As you go to hug him, you feel behind his back two knobby protrusions at his shoulders, and you notice that his back tenses up, his lower back arches inward, and you see down by his feet a tail hanging with a forked end. And he says, "Oh, very well, miss. Welcome, welcome." And he gently sort of slides himself off and down through your grip and pushes you back, straightens his vest, and you notice that at the center of his bow tie, he has a brooch, and the brooch is a swirling eye. It's like a mother of pearl looking gem, or like one of those mood rings. It looks like an eyeball, and it continues to swirl around and animate. And he says, "Well, welcome one and all to the Temple of the Restful Lily. Please come in. We are glad to be at your service." So do the rest of you go in? What are you guys doing?
Do we see, shoot, I forgot her name, the half-elf we were with.
So you do not see Loris.
Okay. Alright, so she presumably went in if she went through this door.
Yeah, well, let's just say this much. As you look about to your left and your right, standing outside of the door, it seems as though there's like a little bit of a fog around the west and east sides of the corners of the building. You look off into the distance as best you can see, because you are standing close to the front of the entrance. You can't quite see around the edges unobscured. You notice that there's kind of a sparse forest of trees that just grows up and around it, as though this particular temple of the Restful Lily is built up on rather well-tended grounds that the people visiting here could walk about and relax on. So do you go in as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna head on it.
Okay. Do you know how to move your tokens? Have you used VTT before? Okay, good. And let me know if you have questions or run into any issues, buddy. All right, so Treecaster.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to move my token for me, just in general.
All right. So, do you want to go inside as well?
Me?
Yes.
So Jade would look around cautiously and she'd be like, "Stupid morons," but she'd go in too.
So you walk in and you stand to the left of Treecaster. Treecaster, as you approach the desk and see your friend, or your new strange friend Cricket, being recently pushed away from a hug, standing down on her feet, about 1.5 feet shorter than this tall, red-skinned man with black hair. He takes a bow at the waist curtly and says, "Again, sir, my name is Seth, and while you are here at the Temple of the Restful Lily, I will be at your service. Welcome. The Temple of the Restful Lily is a legendary resort, spa, and bathhouse known the world over. And we're so glad to have new guests. Is there anything I can do for you?
Do I know anything about his species or race?
Roll me a history or arcana check, your preference.
Alright. Let's see. What's it gonna be? 13.
All right. So with your 13, was that towards arcana or towards history?
Arcana.
Okay. So with your 13 arcana, you look upon his skin and the form of his face and cheekbones and brow, and you notice a few bony protrusions at the tops of his brows, and you follow the sharp cut of his chin down to a well-trimmed beard with sharp collarbones that protrude somewhat out of the shirt collar of his satin shirt. And as you assess this and put it all together, from your time in wizard school, you are made instantly aware that the man standing before you is a Cambion, a very unique demon. Or devil, excuse me.
I will, I'll use my staff to kind of like push Cricket back from him a little bit and say, there we go, let's not just go running around hugging devils. I know he looks real cool.
So when you say devils, Saith pulls back at his chest. He says, "Oh, what? I mean, I am, but what issue do you take with me and my kind, sir?"
You are known to, you're known to create contracts wherein generally you get a much, much better deal than the other party.
Oh,
and so
yes. I know, of course. It's always the lie of the devil's deal. I, unfortunately, cannot say that I blame you. You know, our people have quite earned that right. But I am actually a little different. I am a convert. I am a student of eternal beauty. You see, I managed to find a way out of that hellhole. And a quick exit from the Blood War, and found myself wandering about Faerun in awe and wonder. And what I realized was that, for as much power and might as the minions of darkness and the devils of the underworld claim to wield, true power is in beauty. And I want to be the most beautiful. And he strokes at his beard and opens his mouth to a cracked smile. And as he does, he turns his wrist over and he reveals a sigil. And he points to it with a black, sharpened, manicured fingertip that's painted over with a pink tip, like a French manicure, pink on black, but reversed. And he points down to it and he says, "This is only a part of my dedication to her goddess, Sune, proprietor, blesser, and, well, may I say, even just the one true path in life, the supreme being, and the inspiration for the Temple of the Restful Lily. So I can assure you I'm quite harmless."
As he says all this, Aurus struts into the temple, goes up to the desk, leans forwards, straightens Safe's bow tie, and just says, "Scry me."
He says, "Try me?"
Scry.
Scry?
Yeah, scry me.
All right. So I didn't know that they could do that. Give me 1 second. If they have that ability, I'll do it. I just got to look at the spell for it real quick. I don't know a whole lot about Cambions.
They Crypt failed her insight check, so she believes whatever the devil is saying.
So the Cambion does not have Scry. It has Alter Self, Command, Detect Magic, Plane Shift, Fire Ray, Fiendish Charm, Spear, Multi-Attack. So when you do that, when you ask him, he says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. That's actually out of my skill set. Now, if you wanted me to, say, do this," and he takes his fingernail and he goes down his head, down his chest, his breastbone to his waist, and he literally unpeels himself into a mirrored image of you.
Well, you achieved it. Perfect beauty.
Oh, you're too flattering, but I assure you, in the eyes of Sune, one's quest for perfection is never quite done, so beautiful as you are, my friend, and beautiful as I am, we still have much to learn of your beauty, which is why the Temple of the Restful Lily is so important in these days of brutish blood, death, filth. He says, well, you look, come here and enjoy yourselves. This place is wonderful. Take a load off. We offer anything, pleasures, merits of relaxation, indulgences, food, fine swill, just leisure beyond compare, I assure you. And he changes back to the safe. What?
Do you have a greenhouse?
Oh my gosh. What would a place that, has the supreme merit of beauty be if it didn't adore nature and her beauty is supreme? Of course we have a greenhouse, sir. There's a wonderful garden, actually, and he extends forward with a long extended pole, kind of like what you pull out to point at a chalkboard. And as it clicks forward at the end, a little light glows on it and kind of pulses in the direction to the west here at a doorway that is currently closed. And he says, beyond that door, my friend, is a pleasureful garden. And one of the owners spends a lot of time out there. Actually, that's where they conduct a R&R, the PT, the health and fitness classes, and the morning exercise routines.
In that case, let me give you some of these, and I'll pull a few seeds from a pouch. They're just plant seeds from my homeland to be, spread across places. And I'll tell him, in my belief, true beauty can only be found through oneness with nature. If you want to achieve true beauty, may you be able to find such beauty in these.
And Saith the Cambion bends forward and he says, oh, you have certainly restored my faith, sir, that even a vile creature such as myself has the chance at redemption. And I assure you, these will not go to waste, because we even have classes on horticulture, plant care, flower arrangements, and he looks at the plant you have in your hand and he says, exquisite bonsai trees such as this. And he bows forward and he says, as he says that, you feel a heavy scent of lilies waft from his breath. And basically there's this pile of papers that sit to the left of his hand where it's placed on the desk. And a vase with lilies sitting right by it sort of slides to the edge of the table, narrowly falling off. And he slips over quickly to grab the vase and rearrange it and looks around concerned. And he says, look, I have taken far too much time to indulge myself in conversations about me. What see we learn more about you? While you're here, have yourself a haircut, a royal massage, shave, pedicure. Tired? Need a foot rub? Perhaps you need some stretching. Maybe it's time for new hair, new wardrobe. I am here to serve.
I'll just
Go ahead.
I'm like, so you're just like kind of a concierge here?
You could say that. I am sort of the de facto manager and round the clock, yes, concierge. And I work for 3 wonderful women.
Oh, shit.
And I go, excuse me?
He rolls his eyes and he says, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I should never, but I don't know what to say. I suppose you'll see them milling about the temple if you choose to stay and enjoy its luxuries. But yes, I work for 3 women that own the Temple of the Restful Lily. And he tells you their names and he says, sorry guys. He says, their names are Azursa, Greensong, and Lady Morgana. The three are actually quite interesting, you see. One a sun elf, one a moon elf, and another one a dark elf. And they came together under a similar faith, adherence to beauty, and the goddess Sune, and their partnership and management of this wonderful escape from reality has turned the Temple of the Restful Lily into a pilgrim's destiny. But they are all quite, I don't know, self-interested. But I suppose I am as well, so there's that.
So before I let you get back to your duties, I'm looking for two people who have come in here before us. I'm not sure. I'm on a different plane and time runs differently here, but just a few moments before we came in, the first girl came through. She was a scholarly type like me. And then a few days prior, one of their kind went missing, and we believe he may have come through to the same place.
So you see Saith look down at the stack of papers and rifle through them with his hand, and he says, "Oh, well, let's see. The first one you mentioned, the young lady, the half-elf, you say?"
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do believe she's here, and I gave her her welcome packet and her belongings for the spa, invited her to look around, and sent her on her way to enjoy the luxuries. She didn't listen to the whole spiel and didn't seem very interested in all the services we had to offer, but she grabbed the robe, the slippers, the oils, the toiletries, the complimentary pillow mints, and the other things, and carried them off and went further in to the heart of this great temple. And he motions behind himself blindly without looking to a series of double doors that opens up with a crack behind him that just haven't been fully closed from whoever went through last. And he says, unfortunately, when you say one of their kind, I'm not sure. If you mean someone that was dressed strange like her in all white robes, then I suppose it's a possibility. We get a lot of religious adherents that take sabbatical here, but I am afraid, these are the most recent guests, and I don't know. People check in and out quite frequently, especially during the morning hours when I'm not working.
Would you mind if I looked at the names and see if I see the one that I recognize, or is that too much privacy?
Well, you see, the guest names and identities are protected. It's a place that sometimes people go that, well, popular people, nobility, of course. You know what I'm saying. I'm so sorry, sir. And they shuffle the papers together real quick and pull open a desk drawer.
I rolled a second insight check after his first spiel. Am I believing what he's saying?
So when he says that he doesn't know if someone that looked like her came through, with your insight check and his nervous posture, you assume that he's hiding something.
I'm going to attempt to intimidate him. 26.
All right. Well, how are you gonna do it?
Shit. Jade goes up to the desk and she's like, "Listen, Devil. I don't care what kind of transformation experience you've had. If you're good now, good for you. Tell me everything you know about what's going on in this temple and the owners behind it." I pull out my sword.
All right, that's
And
excellent.
and it glows.
All right, so as you pull out the sword, which glows, and place it to the neck of the Cambion, holding on to the bow tie with the plumed ascot beneath that has this eyeball brooch, you grip it tight within your hand, and you actually feel a wet glassiness in your hand. So the eyeball doesn't feel quite like stone, and it shifts, and you can feel tickling sensation on your palm as something opens and closes under the grip of your fist. And as you draw the Cambion in closer, he says, "Ah!" Okay. Oh God. Please. How about this? Come over here. And he motions over his shoulder to the side where you see a series of stalls that have curtains in front of them, emblazoned with gold filigree and symbols and different elven script that reads all the annals of the wonders of the goddess Sune. And he kind of motions with his head nervously, like pointing in that direction but not actually saying anything.
Okay. What's in there?
Oh, there's nothing in there, of course, I can assure you. That's just where we check you in and allow you to stow your things while visiting the temple. As he starts to speak awkwardly loud regarding the introduction to the temple and these changing room stalls.
Oh, shit.
But hearing this spiel, ours in that case, I'll check in for massage.
Yes, of course. Right away, sir. And he's looking at you, still in the grip of your friend Jade with the blade to his throat. And he says, I will certainly get one of our wonderful masseuses to come and attend to you. And as he says that out loud, you see a lumbering figure come out from behind the series of double doors.
Oh, God.
It's not my fault you made me captain of the guard. Shit, man.
Hold on, guys. Let me just get something up here real quick. So.
Oh,
I was
God.
just looking. Apparently, the crew of the Kraken are both very, very dumb. So.
Oh, I have an 8 intelligence.
So do I.
Not, yeah.
So I don't know why this. Actually, hold on. Let me just delete this stupid token because it looks dumb.
I have an 8 intelligence, and then my charisma is a 10, so I can't even... I play it like I have charisma, but I don't. But that's why I roll really crappy.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know what's going on here.
I mean, I can barely read.
All right, this will, these tokens
cleric.
these tokens aren't quite looking like what they're showing up on in VT2. I think there's some image differences, but just disregard this and go with it for what it is for right now. You see a male figure dressed in what appears to be some sort of servant's clothing, black slacks, white satin shirt, black bow tie, towel over one arm, serving tray in another. They come walking through rather stiffly, head up, looking straight away with very little concern on their face at all. They stand attention, click heels, and then they instantly, in almost like a robotic way, adjust their face, snapping to and looking at the Cambion, taking a nod and bending slightly at the waist, careful not to tip the tray over. As the glass with a little fizzing drink begins to bobble a bit, you see the character kind of stiffly shift and then move itself back up in a rickety shifting kind of way.
I'm gonna take a drink.
So
Really?
you reach down and you grab the fizzing liquid and you pick it up and bring
Yeah.
it to your lips. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. That's one of my flaws. Once I start drinking, I can't stop.
So something strikes you all as odd, that the appearance of this employee has not changed their reaction, even seeing Jade with her hands clutched around the ascot and a blade drawn to her employer's
This
throat.
is why.
So
25.
you take a sip of this fizzing drink. It tickles at your nose and it has a crisp peach taste. It reminds you of a Bellini.
Nice.
You take the glass, drink a few sips of it. The attendant still stands there with the tray, waiting for you to set it down when you're done, holding the towel in preparation. He motions toward the guest that called for the massage with his arm that has the towel, and then he moves his arm in like a road cop signal way, making motions to silently welcome you over to a changing stall here, where he's opened the curtain to welcome you to walk in, and
Oh,
he's making
no.
that motion towards
So-
Elris.
So is he not saying anything at all?
He has not said anything at all yet. He's remained
So
quiet.
so what Jade would still keep her sword on the devil and be like, what's wrong with you?
Wrong with the one not talking?
Yeah.
So the guy who isn't talking opens his mouth, waggles his tongue at you, and goes, and then closes his mouth and just goes, shrugs his shoulders, and then resumes a professional posture.
This is not okay. This is not okay at all.
As you
Sure
see
it is.
this take place, I need you to roll me a perception check.
That's perfect.
Alvarez thinks it's
Nothing
okay.
wrong.
He walks over to the massage store and swings his hips just slightly more than necessary. As he does so.
There's nothing wrong with this at all.
So do you walk into the changing room?
Yes.
14 on perception.
All right. So with your perception, the only thing that you notice when he makes these motions at you, kind of signaling that, like, he has a tongue, he could talk, but he doesn't for whatever reason. You can't interpret why, but you do notice that the movements are still somewhat stiff and a bit erratic. There's a bit of a crunching and a bit of a grinding to the way that his neck moves about and his jaw.
And I do. I'm not on that character. Can I do an Arcana check?
Absolutely.
Did you see what Brian said in the chat?
Another news. You guys are some of my best friends.
Yep. I failed my Arcana check.
All right, yeah. You look at the person, you don't pick up anything suspicious. Elris, you walk into this stall, and before you, you see a gilded trunk. The attendant behind you hands you your own key, and he points to a note that's pinned to the key and taps at it with a gloved finger. And then he motions to you to open the note. And he takes the tray with the cup, sets it down on a stand-in table that is just outside of the changing room, and then he pulls the curtain closed. You stand there with a key and a curtain closed inside a changing room. What do you do?
Don't see nothing wrong with a little crunch and grind. So he opens the note, tries to read it, realizes he can't read, and puts a note down.
It's awesome.
Okay.
All right. What's up, Brian?
You said there was a cup?
It was a what? I'm sorry.
You said I have a key, a note, and there was a cup on a stand in there?
No, there's a chest at your feet. Outside of the room, he put the tray down with the bubbly that that Cricket had. So you see before you... You see the chest before you, and it's just golden, gleaming, beautiful, ornate woodwork, latched and closed with a golden latch. And in front of you is a sign written in common, and it says, "Welcome, guest and religious pilgrims to the temple of the Restful Lily. Please deposit your personal belongings here for safekeeping while you experience the illustrious pleasures of the temple."
Let's see. Alvarez leans forward and uses the key to try and open the chest.
All right, you take the little golden key and you stick it into the front of the lock, and it slides in gently, turns and clicks, and the front latch of the lock lifts forward without effort. You open the case, and you see inside of it a series of small little wooden doors that open up to panels where you can see folded towels, some special socks. There's actually like a silken neck scarf. You have a couple different sample bottles of perfumes and essential oils and a little gift tray basket with a ring handle on it. You see flip-flops that are made out of some fancy like wood and bamboo, and then in there you also see a welcome packet little guide that kind of explains the lay of the land and all of the different features at this spa and services that they offer, along with the accompanying prices for some of these services. And then,
What happened to your D game? We just had a spa day.
And so it just further instructs you that while at the spa, guests are required to leave personal effects that refer to the following. And it lists weapons of all sorts. It lists certain magic items. I mean, it's pretty extensive. And it basically warns that the temple is protected by magical guidance and surveillance, and that anyone in violation of those rules will be asked nicely to deposit those items in the secure chest for safekeeping.
There is no way I'm giving anybody my weapon ever.
I was gonna say too, when you say magic item, does that consider any components I need?
So basically, the way that you'll figure, so we'll just play it out. We'll see how it goes. So Saith is still in the grip of Jade with the blade at her throat, and he's shaking, and basically he's still kind of motioning over to you to let him talk to you in one of the changing room stalls.
Okay, I'll go with him. I'll be like, don't try anything funny. I will stab the fuck out of you.
When you say that out loud, he says, "Oh, such words should not be used in this place. Please keep it down or my ladies will know." And he looks down at his neck with his eyes scanning kind of out of his vision, past his nose, down his lips and his chin. And you see him trying to casually make eye contact without looking at it, at your hand gripping the ascot. And he walks with your saber blade around his throat and you standing to his back into the stall over here, and stands facing the chest. And he says, would it be okay if I turn around to face you so we can speak face to face, or do you want me to talk at a wall?
You can face me, and I'll let go of his ascot, but I keep my sword out.
So when you let go of the ascot, you feel the tickling feeling, and you catch just the final glimpse of a pair of eyelids that open up, revealing the glassy eye. When your hand lets go, you feel a slight slime on your hand from where it gripped the viscera of the eye. And Saith looks at you, and he takes the ascot and twists it around and on itself, facing the eye towards him so that it's obscured by the front of his silken blouse. And he whispers to you quietly, and he says, "Look, I'll be straight with you. Okay? This place is a spa, and it offers the most wonderful things, okay? But, just between you and me, don't ask for more than what you really want, okay? Because, the goddess Sune can offer you almost anything, especially anything you could aim for in the efforts of beauty and perfection, knowledge, wisdom, strength. But it doesn't always work, and sometimes it comes with a great cost. And the women that own this place, well, just between you and me, they hate each other. They can't stand one another. And they're all really quite cantankerous and horrible to work for. So when you meet them, just be advised, they're not quite how they seem. Appearances aren't everything."
Do they spy on you through that little eyeball?
When you say that out loud, he goes, "Oh!" And he squeaks like he's waiting for his head to explode or something. And he says, "What? Well, thanks, Sune. They must not have been listening. Right this way, ma'am." And he cautiously puts his arms up as though he's trying to indicate he has no weapons. And he eyes for your permission to slide past you and walk out of the curtains.
I'll put
You
my
see the
sword.
chat
I'll put my sword away for the moment.
game chat.
Yeah, that's fine. So Treecaster, as Saith disappears, you cast Detect Magic. And when you do, you notice right away that around the spa itself, there are lantern-lit lights that are produced by some sort of magical flame that flickers like a glittering light. The lights can kind of lean and rotate and oscillate. They have been taking in observance of the circumstances and events taking place in the lobby. You also notice that as Saith emerges from behind the curtain and stands to adjust his shirt and vest and pull the ascot straight again, as he turns around, lifts his chin, the brooch that is pinned to the front of the ascot glows a faint pale purple light with a dark black smoky haze around it. Other than that, you pick up on just the creeping sense of an overwhelming abundance of magic and magical items that just completely litter and pollute this whole spa. Whether it be enchantments on the building or magical implements for these spa treatments, you're not quite sure, but there's definitely a lot here.
Is there any magic on the door that Saith said that there was absolutely nothing through?
Well, no, he didn't say there wasn't anything through the door.
I thought there was a door where he said, nope, it's nothing in there, we just do this, that, and the other.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was talking to me when I had the sword at his throat.
Yeah, he was basically trying to hide the fact that he was being interrogated, and then he called for reinforcements. But behind the door that he pointed to that wasn't quite latched, you said you're asking him about that?
Yeah.
Oh, so he adjusts himself and he says, "Oh, well, that's really the first stop on the destination. That is in, a legendary spa and spring blessed by the goddess Sune herself. Many of our guests find wading in its waters to be refreshing, rejuvenating, and oftentimes enlivens their youth, if you know what I mean."
Well, if that's the first stop, I'm gonna head that way.
So as you begin to walk forward to try to pass him, he puts out a cane that extends from his hand and snaps to the floor in front of you, barring your entry, as well as the individual here who is the butler that remains oddly silent. And the Cambion Saith says, "I'm afraid it's not quite how it works. You see, while I would certainly love for you to come to the Temple of the Restful Lily and wander about as you please, the goddess, her worship, and the upkeep of this temple require money. And I assure you, you may make it past me, but farther than that, and you probably will be forcefully removed."
How much you need? How much you need, devil?
So he says, admission to the temple is 5 gold pieces per person. And that includes, and he pulls out from underneath of the table that's beside the fitting room that you're in, the similar type table that the attendant put the tray down with the now empty champagne glass. He pulls out a bag that is branded with the symbols for the Temple of the Restful Lily, and he says, "It includes the following: enchanted bath salts, comfortable robe, a private changing room for your service here during your entire stay, with a personal, lockable storage trunk to store weapons and equipment."
And he tucks 5 platinum into his little ascot, and she's like, and she leans in and she whispers, "I'm keeping my weapons."
Roll me a persuasion check. Thanks for the nods on the chat earlier too, guys. If I don't see something in the chat, just shout it out. As long as we're not super interrupting one another, I don't want anybody to miss out on an opportunity to cast a spell or say something.
19.
All right. So as you go to persuade him, he looks at your blade as you twist about it and kind of flicker the shining metal of its edge in his face in a taunting manner as you say you're keeping your weapons and slide it down into the sheath. He nods at you and he says, "Yes, well, a little bit of advice then. You may want to find a way to obscure them while you walk about, whether it be magical or by some other means, because I can't help you if somebody sees them."
I got you.
So you do have to find a way to stow your weapons, because the people that walk around will notice. Especially since most of them aren't wearing clothes. They're either in bathing suits or robes, or men walking around with just bath towels and shirtless or whatever. People suit, and hell, even for the adventurous, you may see some sky-clad as they walk around. Free to the world. So after you pay, he takes the staff, clicks it to the ground, and it quickly retracts back into his palm. The attendant who stood there with the tray that was arms crossed, kind of in a guarded posture, relaxes and then turns to his side, pointing his left arm out towards the double doors that open up into the unknown room that you have just been told by this cambion is a relaxation pool. So what are you guys going to do? Each of you going to take one of the welcome bags?
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah. Welcome.
all of you grab a welcome bag and pick a stall. And if anyone wants to mark their stall, they can, just in case, because I will need to know that later. I'll go ahead and do...
I'll go up here to the top.
Yeah, if you go into...
top left.
You guys should have draw, and you should be able to do, like, circle, I think. And then you can pick a color.
You can pick a stall for me.
Okay.
Since I can't move,
So that one's Elris's. We'll go ahead and make Cricket's red. So where are you going, Cricket?
I'm going top left.
All right, Cricket's right there.
So
And where are you going, Treecaster? Right here.
Yep.
All right, and then Jade, I'm gonna go ahead and put you. I'll put you where you are.
anyway, yeah. So Jade would take her crossbow out and put it in the weapon cache, but she would hide her. She'd hide her sword in her plate armor.
Okay, so you have your plate armor on. Do you emerge from the changing room with the plate armor still on?
Heck yes.
All right, so as you walk out with the plate armor on, Saith the Cambion says to you, "You're not going to do too much enjoying of the spa, fully clad for war, my fair lady." And he nods at you and then kind of winks with a flutter, and he says, "Maybe it would be best just not to raise attention if you drape this on." And he takes the robe from under his arm from a spare welcome bag, and he unfurls it and drapes it across your shoulders and tucks the arms over your shoulder arms.
Thank you, my good sir.
Yes, and you may want to cinch the belt, especially if you're going to walk past a larger group of people dressed like that, because, like I said, most people are probably not dressed like that or at all.
I will get completely naked, put a robe on, put some flip-flops on, but still have my component pouch.
All right, so you are completely nude. You're not
And
wearing...
everything else is gonna go in the trunk.
All right, are you wearing the
And
robe?
my shield. My shield's like on my back with the robe on.
Okay, so you have the robe on, shield underneath that, obscuring it, and your component pouch kind of hanging off your waist, but the rest of you is Jaybird.
Oh yeah.
All right, so your friend, are you walking out of your stall?
Yeah, I walk out, and the robe is kind of open while I walk out, and I'm like, oh, jeez.
So as you walk out, you catch the attention of the Cambion Seth, and he glares in your direction without turning his neck, but sees you through his peripheries, and he blushes at you and then winks, and you see his teeth sparkle. Have you come out of your changing stall, Jade?
Yeah.
All right, so Saith backs up to allow you to walk out, and he pulls the curtain safely behind you. And then, Elris, are you finished in your changing stall, or is there anything you wanted to prep or do a hand?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, Elris has also stripped down. He's put almost everything into the chest and locked it, except for one dagger. He comes out. He's got a towel around him. It's clearly too small, and he's waddling very slightly. You don't see where he's holding the dagger.
Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. Dude, if I could double inspiration, I would. I love the crap you come up with, Craig. It's so funny. So Saith sees you coming out from the curtain, awkwardly stiff-toed walking, and he moves away so that you don't bump into him or him into you. And he looks you up and down in an odd way, and he is going to see a small bump protruding from your backside around the towel, and he kind of nudges you with his shoulder, and he says, "Hey, and clicks his teeth, and then looks down like he's trying to insinuate he's looking at your butt. No, I don't. It's a little bit awkward for me to say this. I don't think you get it. There's something sticking.
Oh, thank you. I head back in and upgrade to a slightly larger towel and come back out.
He says, you come out and you're far more suitably robed, and he says, "Oh, you guys are going to be the death of me." And
I will if you give us any trouble.
oh, I assure you won't be getting any trouble out of me. And he kind of looks at you in a suggestive and sultry manner, and then shakes out of it when he soon realizes that you have the sword tucked behind your armor, which has been draped over and concealed by a billowing robe that is much larger than the size you need to wear. And what about you, Treecaster? Are you come out of your changing stall yet?
I will. Before I do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a torch.
Okay.
I'm going to put it in the box, and I'm going to lock the box, and then I'm going to unlock it and check if the torch is still there.
Ooh.
All right, excellent. So you, was the torch lit?
No.
Okay. So you take the torch, you put it in the box, you close the lid and latch it, then you unlatch the lid with the same key and open it back up, and you see the torch is sitting in there exactly the way that you left it. The one thing you do notice, however, is that this torch, which would have been just a plain hunk of wood, crudely hewn out of whatever scrap of limb that the person making it a general goods store would have grabbed from the scrap pile and wrapped with an oilen cloth. Instead of it being greased over and the bark chipping away and just old, dingy, and dirty with that flake of a fallen piece of wood, it actually looks rejuvenated, like it's waxen and varnished. A lively branch, still wrapped in the cloth, but the cloth is now gleaming with a amber-like oil that coats it, instead of the dingy, dirt-trodden and soiled oil-caked rag that would have been from being inside of the pouch with your woodland-like components from the tree work that you have to tend to your bonsai spellbook.
Huh. Well, I will. I'll drop my dagger in there, and I'll drop the quarterstaff I'm carrying. I'm gonna keep the staff of adornment.
Okay.
And I'm gonna keep my bonsai with me as well.
All right.
Because hopefully that's a spell book.
Yeah, absolutely.
So otherwise, I will adhere to the rules on the wall and put the things that are needed in the box.
All right, so you leave everything behind that you couldn't necessarily carry without, laboring with a pack on, like an adventuring pack, except for that staff of adornment and your bonsai tree. I'll say that you have some spell components with you and a few items from home that just make you feel, comforted as a furbolg in a strange land, still in a little side bag with you. And you walk forward. I guess, are you wearing the robe?
Yeah, I'll throw the robe on, but not being understanding of spas,
Okay.
because they're not really a furbolg thing. He's just going to put it on over the rest of his clothes.
All right, so the robe awkwardly gathers at your neck, and you can't quite get the sleeves up because your big robe billows from underneath as you pull and tug to adjust and finally get it to lay somewhat comfortable. You step forward from your changing stall a little awkward, shaking the best of the robe out that you can and letting the rest billow down your back to just about behind your thighs above your knees, and your regular robe extends far down to the floor as it leaves a small trail of dust from all of the earthen floors it's trodden against. And you see your friend the Cambion Saith say, "Well, please enjoy the spa, and should you need me," he says, "there's a bell in your welcome bag." And then he says, "Any of our guests or servicemen here will be glad to attend to you, and if you forget a price, just call it out, and someone will answer, I'm sure."
I immediately grab the bell and I ring it.
You ring it, and he disappears for just a moment, and then you see him poof in front of you with a swirl. The last thing that shows up is a snake-like tail that swirls behind his backside and then flicks with a whip-like crack. As he comes to full view, a puff of red glittery smoke goes away, and he says, "My lady," and he leans down, grabs your hand, and gives it a kiss, trying to avert his eyes from looking at your sensitive beauty.
Well, no, I kind of covered up. I guess, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I would have rang. Yeah, as I'm walking out the door, I probably would have rung it.
While he's trying to kiss her hand, I'm going to be like, "Oh, neat," and I'm going to ring my bell.
So you ring your bell, and he does the same thing. He poofs. But you notice that as you turn about, the smoke like kind of follows you because he's attempting to reappear right in front of you wherever you stop. So one little thing, we'll just use this as a point of order. When you guys are walking around and looking at things, if you grab onto your token, there's an eyeball, and if you grab the token eyeball, you can face it in a direction. Wherever your feet face is what you are looking at. So people can't see behind their back. You do have peripheral vision, so I will use that throughout the game. So I just put him in front of you, and he's looking at you now. He's poofed in front, and he appears and says, "How may I help you, sir?"
I just wanted to test out the bell because that was really neat.
Oh, yeah. Yes, they are quite lovely, but I will assure you that sometimes it will not be me. It may be one of the other attendants.
Are the other attendants less friendly?
Oh, no. Many of them are, in fact, quite eager to help, but I will assure you that most of them like my friend here, and he nods over and extends his right arm in the direction of the butler-dressed male individual. He says, "Remain quiet while working. You see, we like to keep a certain atmosphere, and the guests are really supposed to be here under the illusion of being alone in an oasis of beauty and not bothered by common folk or the worries of others. So the owners of this establishment, Lady Morgana, Greensong, and Azursa, have enforced a strict code of silence while the employees are on the clock, except for me and a few of the other more important attendants that work here."
So before Jade departs with the party, she looks one more time at the devil and she's like, "If I ring my bell, you better come."
I will try my best, but the bell sort of works on proximity, you see. Whatever attendant is closest, whether it be me or one of the other 4 main attendants, will make an appearance, and should they be too far for the bell's effect, you will get one of my friends here, and he motions to one of the butler individual.
Not happy.
So at this point, he takes open a pamphlet as he walks beside Treecaster and gently excuses himself between the two. "Oh, excuse me, ma'am, sir." And he walks up to the door and extends his arm to push open one side. And he says, and as he whistles, another attendant comes forward. And I'll just go ahead and I think that worked. There you go. Another attendant comes forward and opens the other side of the door. As the door swings inward, give me 1 second to do some revealing here.
We can go to the garden.
As the door swings inward, you see... Oh, calm the hell on. There we go.
The items, gift bag, about a pound.
You see the... what was that? You said how much does the gift bag weigh?
The items... Are there a few items that are about a pound?
Yeah, I'd say so. In the gift bag, there's probably like a couple bars of soaps. That would be about a pound. And then you do have the slippers as well. Your slippers would weigh at least a pound. Does the what? I'm sorry?
Does the bell weigh about a pound?
Probably less. It's just a small, like, brass bell.
Gotcha. I am going to use the Staff of Adornment and put a couple items on the staff so that they're floating above it, and just have them sitting there rotating there.
All right, so a few of the random trinkets, some of the shinier bits of complimentary gifts included in the bag begin swirling about. Within hand's reach at your convenience, it's actually quite smart of you to have so many wonderful accoutrements at hand's reach. So as the door swings open, you all see the following. Give me 1 second. A polished white marble floor surrounded a central pool of streaming turquoise water. This large open-air bath with stone pillars along the outside walls sculpted with relief of the goddess Sune. Between the pillars, frosted windows diffuse the light from outside, and it changes to a sparkling array. A gentle, cool mist hangs in the air, though the room is somewhat warm, kind of like a hot spring or a hot tub or sauna would be. This is you would assume would be the hot spring that Safe was talking about, that was fabled for its magical properties. And I'm not going to put a bunch of tokens out for this right now, but you would see a whole assortment of guests just kind of milling about in this area. And I will roll a couple things just to determine some randos. So one thing you notice is there is a young man with a robe on, and his loincloth is actually like a herald that extends down sort of like the end part of a tunic for what a knight would wear. And for those of you from Tall Hill, Jade and Treecaster, you all would be aware of the fact that this young knight is part of an order called the Purple Dragons, and he's traveled all the way from the Temple of Komir, another god, and this temple is in the heart of the kingdom of Tall Hill, somewhat outside of the main grounds of the top innermost ring of the castle's protective walls. And he's come here seeking Sune's advice on how to best impress his betrothed, his soon-to-be wife, a lady of the land, and what sort of beauty enhancements he can give himself to shake off the rugged look from the battlefield.
Is he hot looking?
Absolutely. The hottest.
I'm right over there.
All right, so the doors push open, the attendant steps away, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to put a token down just for the sake of keeping it easy and brief. You walk in and you see him. He's kind of sitting on this bench with this pillow right here, and you see another attendant like this is tending to him, giving him a massage of his calves, and putting some sort of perfumed oils on his legs.
I'm going to do a casual take my robe off.
So you slide the robe from your shoulders.
Yeah, and then like take my shield, maybe set it down and like cover it with my robe.
Okay.
And then like walk into the pool.
All right. So you take your robe off and slide the shield down, and you wade down into the pool, and you feel as soon as your foot touches the water, this enlivening sensation. It's a weird tingle. It bubbles up through your feet as though the water is effervescent like seltzer water. A little bit of a tickle. It's quite warm, but cool at the same time from all the fizzing bubbles. Perfumed aromatics hit your nose instantly and just send you into a torrent of sensations. Sight, sound, and smell fill your senses. You look around the room, and instead of just seeing the bathhouse as it normally is, you are for the very first time able to take in its grandeur. And what you see is what I read earlier in the description: the carved pillars, the reliefs, the frosted windows. It just seems almost supernatural at this point. And as the relaxation hits you, you just feel like the scene around you fades and even the walls fade. And it's like this pool belongs in the heart of an ancient land, just, completely fenced in by willow trees and just sparkling glades.
I'm totally just staring at that dude too.
All right, so you look at the knight, and he begins to blush, and he begins to blush, and he adjusts his codpiece.
So Jade would kind of saunter in with false authority and kind of stake out the corner and just chill there and like watch everything that's going on, and then everyone else can do their thing.
All right, so Jade, you walk in and post up kind of at the corner here, standing near one of the pillars. You see Cricket in her rather bold nakedness wading out into this refreshing pool. And you observe a few other strange guests in the room milling about the water, having calm conversations. You actually notice in the far end of the room, it appears to be a man with skin the likes of which you have not ever seen. A soft, buttery-like lavender purple skin and a chest that gleams with silver purpley curled hair that looks soft and floats about the top of the water. And this man stands off in the edge of the pool with his arms draped against the stairs to descend down into the deeper part of the pool. And leaning on his elbows with his shoulders and chest above the water, you see a pair of courtesans nearby that attend to him, in addition to a dedicated servant person over in this corner that brings additional oils and accoutrements to his female attendants. And the man in the water looks up at the lady and says, "Now, darling, don't get used to this treatment while we're on the road. You see, we have far more important things to do when we leave this ill-forsaken temple."
Jade is mildly intrigued, but not impressed at all.
All right. So what do you else do? Go ahead, Treecaster.
Treecaster is going to hold his bonsai above his head, and he's going to run
That's
and
awesome.
jump into the pool, yelling, "Bonsai!"
All right. That's so dope. So you push past Saith as you see your friends in the pool and its grandeur as the doors open up, and you just run in carrying this tree above you and jump right into the heart of the pool. Your own buoyancy prevents you from narrowly bottoming out and hitting your tailbone on the bottom. As you stand up, your robe's now soaked and your wizard clothes underneath of the robe soaked. The tree is somewhat misted with the cool, sparkling, misty air, and you see the tree in your hand begin to grow a few additional staves and limbs
Nice.
as it
Awesome.
perks up, and the green lushness of its plumage fans out, licking at the air in an animated way, almost drinking in these effervescent waters.
Oh, that's great.
I'm going to. So I recognize the Purple Knight guy, right, as being somebody from Tallheim, Tall Hill.
Yes. So you look over, you don't necessarily know this particular knight. You're relatively newly appointed as the court wizard. You're aware of their order, and you're aware of their worship, of the worship of the god Cormir, though not all purple knights of that order worship him in particular. You would assume that based on his pensions and salary or whatever, his paid retainer to be a knight for the king, he certainly would have the money to come to a place like this, though it strikes you as odd that he would be off duty, especially having the sense of urgency in which the king sent you to aid a foreign kingdom.
I will. Once I get all the water out of my beard and whatnot, just by shaking it like an animal, I'm going to look over at the knight, and I'm going to try to get the attention of one of my party members,
Okay.
who's already in the pool with me, and kind of point over to that guy and be like, "Does he look like anybody that we should be talking to? He looks like he's from Tall Hill. I don't know too much about any of the individual knights, but he does look like he might have come from where we are. He shouldn't be just lollygagging, should he?"
go talk to him after you roleplay Elvis. Let's see what Elvis.
Yeah, Elris, what you want to get into?
Right. Alris is going to saunter down to about here, let his towel drop. We go, ooh, pick it up, and then just snap at safe with the towel, and then just walk into the pool.
you towel snap safe on the side of his thigh, right by where his butt meets the hem of his pants, and he hips up real quick and he's yes, right this way, sir. Enjoy the refreshing effervescent waters of the Temple of the Restful Lily. And he kind of winces and holds back a tear from the welt that's forming on his leg as he begins to wrap his rump, and he watches your rump walk through the door. And you stand in the opening just past the doorway, seeing a rather strange assortment of guests waiting about the pool, and some of them relaxing on the sides, being fed grapes or wafted with, fans or given massages, etc. And what would you like to do, Elris?
And at that, I am just going to slide down into the pool myself and just lean back like that, and mutter something about how he can feel his twinkling blade rise.
All right. So you wade down into the water and you suddenly feel a little bit of a float, and you kind of let the weight of your body sink into this water, which, based on the bubbling and the salts that they've added to it, makes you, a little more buoyant, even more so than like a normal spring would. And you wade forward, meeting close to the space where your friend Treecaster stands oddly with the plant above his head. And you hear him talking about questioning the Purple Knight, who sits on the bench adjacent to the side of the pool that Cricket is sultrily bathing at. What do you guys want to do?
Gator walk over to the knight.
All right. So you walk over to the knight.
You said that she's captain of the King's Guard.
She is, yes.
Okay. So
you walk over to the knight and you make your presence known.
Would he recognize me?
So the knight looks at you and he blushes. Seeing you in the robe, he doesn't really realize that you actually have your armor underneath and your sword. He just thinks that you, like many of the other guests here, are probably nude under the robe. And he blushes, turns his eyes away, looking at the floor instantly. And he says, forgive me, Lady Demeteor. I'm so sorry. Please apologize me. Forgive me if I meant no disrespect.
What are you doing here while the kingdom is in crisis?
So the knight looks up at you and he says, "The kingdom's in crisis? What do you speak of?"
People are dying all over the place. How long have you been here?
Oh, I don't. I think a couple of weeks. And he starts to scratch at his head, and he seems to be quite foggy.
Well, would I recognize him, specifically?
You wouldn't know his name. You would have seen his face maybe on rare occasion, as the Purple Knights in their parade regalia would be wearing their helm the majority of the time. But I would say just memory recalls that you've seen him at parties or different social gatherings, potentially, that the Purple Knights would have attended for the royal court.
I'd bend over, I'd be like, I'm sorry, I don't recall your name, but what month and year was it when you came here?
He looks to the attendant that is currently giving him a manicure and filing at one of his fingernails, and nods at the attendant, and the attendant shrugs his shoulders back and he says, "Oh, I guess it was like maybe the 3rd of Hamner?"
today's date?
I don't know. We'll just suffice it to say he doesn't know what time it is. He doesn't know.
No, I know, but I'm trying to figure out if he's lost track of time. So
yeah, he's
what date was it?
clearly lost track of time.
Okay.
Yeah, so he told you he's been here like maybe 3 weeks. He might have been here 3 weeks. He might have been here 90 days. He seems a little foggy, and he's just kind of like caught up in the whole scene.
Well, I tell him that he should get back to work as soon as possible.
Well, of course, but I do have to make sure I have everything attended to, especially before of my wedding.
You're a knight. You don't need a manicure, you pussy.
And he says, "Oh, it's much more than a manicure." And he leans in close and he says, he closes his eyes real quick and he realizes that he shouldn't be looking at you face to face because he can't risk drifting. And he says, "Forgive me for averting my gaze while I speak. I have to lean in close to say this, but I came here because this place is fabled. It doesn't only give you youth and beauty. Why, someone told me, on first-hand account, mind you, that they came to the Temple of the Restful Lily and they had an audience with the 3 owners, and the owners granted them a special treatment, granting their most sincere heart's desire. The person I met with, why, they were a fool, completely dumb, totally neurotic, no sense of business, and a complete failure at life. Actually, the reason I say this is because, well, they in fact were my boyhood friend growing up and ended up being the local pig farmer and fool. But when I saw him, he was brimming, beautiful, dashing, if you will, and filthy rich."
Why are you here? What's your deepest desire?
What would a good knight want with anything outside of what this place has already offered me, shaving a couple of years off my life, giving me this great facade which will be sure to impress my lady in court? I'm hoping, if I'm granted that special chance, to have one of their special treatments, that the ladies that own this place, through their powers granted by the goddess Sune, will grant me unrivaled courage and strength, so that I might slay a gold dragon and bring its head back for my loved.
You're a moron, and I just keep walking.
All right.
Special treatment.
Treecaster has walked up behind Jade partway through this conversation, and upon hearing that he's trying to achieve a higher standard of beauty for his soon-to-be hopeful betrothed, he's going to go to the plant that's right there next to the bench. He's going to use Druidcraft to grow a flower, and then he's going to pluck the flower and hand it to the knight and tell the knight that this particular bush has flowers that are, let's say, they're magical in nature, and they will make whoever you are trying to woo much more easy to fall under your spell, let's call it. And with this, I guarantee you won't need anything further from this temple. You'll be able to leave and find your betrothed.
Roll me a deception check. And while he's doing that, what are we doing? What's the rest of the party getting into or thinking, just so I can kind of move stuff along a
Treecaster
little
is
bit?
clearly a better person than Jade is.
Yeah, seriously, you've been all balls out since you got to this place. You're certainly not relaxed.
I'm swimming around like backstroking,
Completely
just
naked.
swimming all in the pool, completely naked.
Nice.
I mean, Alex has been bored since he got here too, but he's very relaxed.
So, Elris, you see Cricket swim past you playfully. This, young 20-year-old or so sea captain of this strange and brilliant vessel, the Kraken, with its mysterious crew of unseen servants and its fabled beast that lives in its belly, the baby Kraken itself, under the service of your master and Captain Cricket. She floats by on her back, arms swimming a backstroke, fully abreast of your presence. And you awkwardly see her pass by as she swims a path haphazardly that snakes past you and drifts in the direction of the strange drow with his female attendants, arms leaning against the edges of the pool. And you instantly take notice of this elf, who has a slightly more unique skin tone than that of your own, being a sea elf. And he nods in your direction, and he says, "Well met, sir. Well met."
I certainly hope so.
Oh, man. The kinds of indulgences you can get into in a place like this are legendary. And he starts talking louder, and he wades down, kind of shimmying this direction, and he looks down over at Cricket, kind of Spider-Man style, upside down face to upside down face, and he sees you floating there with your hair sprawled out in the water, and he says, "My dear, you are a quite rare specimen." And he says, "But excuse me, I
give him a kiss.
You roll over and give him a kiss?
Yeah.
So, okay, you roll over, splash up, grabbing him around the neck, and kiss him on the cheek, and he
No, full on mouth.
Oh, you mouth kiss him. All right, cool. So he grabs the back of your hair, and he takes you in his embrace, turns you to the side, dipping you down into the water, then spins you back up in an almost dancer's-like move, twirling you about your arm and your finger to where you come to rest in the crook of his elbow, and he looks at you in the face and he says, "My dear, normally I'm the one that's direct." And he looks at you and he says, "My name is Jarl Axel Bainray. I don't often give my real name to people, but you and your friend have piqued my attention." And he kind of awkwardly makes a glance in a weird direction when he says, "piqued my attention."
It's like, would you like to come join us and talk to us and maybe have some more of that fine champagne stuff we had?
Oh, yes, the champagne is just the start. Wait till you try the food. It's to die for. And a person comes forward when he whistles. He goes, and another dark elf in attendance walks forward with a tray that she snatches from one of the mute attendants that stands against the walls waiting to be called on. She brings the tray down to her master, and she leans in and whispers, and she says, "Master Jarl Axel, forgive me for questioning, but aren't you worried you're getting a little bit too cozy with people here?" And she takes a piece of fruit and begins to push it towards his face, and he haphazardly leans over, not caring, and lets his lips out like that, and finds it and kind of chews the little cherry off the stem, and then he looks at you all and wipes the corners of his mouth with a piece of her robe that she's got wrapped around her waist because she's still wearing her uniform and his attendants. And he says, "Oh, now, where were we?" And so he kind of skates over this way, and he stands in between you, Elris, and you, Cricket, and he says, "You folk look quite interesting. What brings you to the Temple of the Restful Lily?"
A book?
"A book, you say? Man, well, I wish it were easier for me to have gotten here. I had to come by way of sea. You see, I have a fleet of ships. A fleet of ships out of Waterdeep. The Sea Maiden's Fair is my vessel. Actually, I lied. That's the name of my circus. My vessel is called the Eye Catcher." And he winks at the two of you.
So Joe Axel is clearly embracing the full-on hedonism going on here.
Oh yeah, he's totally digging the temple and its luxuriousness. And he's super curious about why there's a sea elf here, because sea elves are very rare in these parts, and why such a brash and fiercely bold female swimming about in the pool naked would just leap upon him and kiss him in such a way. So you might have stepped away for a second, Wes, but
Yeah,
Jarlaxle.
I heard. I was talking about.
No, you're
I had
good.
you headphones, but what
You're
was
good.
it? What did you say?
Oh, Jarlaxle is basically just kind of like flirting in conversation with you and Elris. He's just very interested in the two of you guys, and he asked why you were here at the Temple of the Restful Lily.
Oh.
And Elris said a book, and he said, "Oh, a book. Oh, I had to come here by way of my sailing ships, the Sea Maiden's Fair, my circus in Waterdeep, and my vessel, the Eye Catcher." And then he kind of looked at the two of you, flirty like.
Have you heard of the Kraken?
I have not heard of the Kraken. Is it also a seafaring vessel?
It's a very seafaring vessel, and I'll show my left arm tattoo, which is a Kraken.
So you take your arm out of the water as the sparkling droplets glisten down your arm to the spot where your elbow meets the soft bit of skin just below your wrist, and in between that you see the tattoo, and it shimmers in the soft light that comes in through. And Jarlaxle leans forward playfully. He takes a hat off of his head and tips it down, and you see tattooed on the top of his head a strange looking emblem of a spider with an hourglass wrapped up with a web behind it and some weird letters written in a very weird blackened script. And he puts the hat back on and he says, "Arr, aren't all good pirates adorned with their favorite things?"
Yes, we are.
That's why I have a tattoo of myself on my shoulder.
Oh, do you seriously? That's just too much. And he looks over at you and he puts his hand on your shoulder and he says, "Oh, it's a spitting image of you." And he gets even closer and he puts himself next to your shoulder and kind of looks at the portrait between the two and he says, "Well, I don't know. He kind of looks like me. Or you. Or me." To suffice it to say, wonderful tattoo, my friend. What is your name and yours, my dear?
Ladies first, Cricket.
Oh, Cricket. What an interesting name. Familial or nickname?
Just Cricket.
Well, just Cricket. Like I said, Jarlaxle Bainray.
Would Jade know who Jarlaxle is?
Roll me a history check with disadvantage.
How do you spell Jarlaxle Bainray? Does it matter?
Not really.
Look it up in Dragon Heist.
Yeah. I'm just waiting. What was your roll, Jason? You can use physical if you need to, if your computer's
Yeah,
messing
I'm
up.
gonna roll physical.
All right, no worries, buddy. And
I rolled an 8.
all right, so
With disadvantage.
all right, so with your 8, the name Jarlaxle Bainray that you hear floating through the other sea of voices that kind of talk and chatter about, and the overall kind of roaring, foaming sound of the waterfalls that make the pool fizzle. You just barely pick up on the name, but the name tickles your ears, and it doesn't sound of anything you've heard on the surface world before. And you are not aware of a person named Jarlaxle Bainray, but you know a name, and the way that the words were pronounced are definitely nothing from this part of Toril or Faerun.
Do I know that he's Growl?
You take an interest in looking at him with more detail, and you see that his skin is a charcoal lavender color. It's a soft, buttery purple, and you are not quite familiar with what drow are supposed to look like, but you have been told that they have a darker, almost lavender complexion with usually black or purple hair. So, like your friend Elris, who has a unique colored skin as well, you can only assume he's just some other strange variant of elf, but not from around here.
I mean, my skin's amber colored and I have red hair, so I mean, I'm not judging anyone.
There you go.
Yeah. You know.
So Jarlaxle stands about the pool and he says, "Look, I'm going to be straight with you two because I like you."
Pity.
He says, look, this place is sort of a don't ask, don't tell, if you know what I mean. I'll tell you some things, you don't have to ask me about. You won't tell those things to other people, because your experiences here are wonderful. But one of the greatest things about it is the magic on this place. When you leave, there's a part of you that forgets what you've experienced, but just makes you want more. Not anything that compels you against your will, of course, but it's a great marketing strategy. So I'll rest assured in sharing this without worrying about it leaving this place and permeating as a dirty rumor throughout the free worlds. He says, I'm the leader of a mercenary band. Legendary. So legendary, in fact. Many have not even heard of it before. Goes by the name of Brigand Dearth. And what I'm here seeking is a discount. A discount for permanent treatments, you see. I want to enhance my abilities and the abilities of my most elite warrior assassins. You see, I have many wonderful items that aid me in my seductive craft and help me disguise myself and the secretness of my organization. But these women have been told to have fabled mastery of a magical disguise, unable to be detected by anyone of any magical means. Even the gods themselves can't know who you really are. So, I hope to impress the ladies that own the temple and have a private audience with them for one of the more permanent and special treatments.
I'll just ask real quick. I'll ask him real quick. Have you ever heard of this guy named Giacomo Clopan?
And when you say that, he says, "Oh my goodness! He really has achieved some notoriety. How do you know him? Please tell me everything."
Just through my travel, just ran into him.
Well, look, you know enough about me. Giacomo's a strange character, isn't he? He's the least drow a drow could ever be, while still being a drow, if you know what I mean. That crazy cat's been seeking power since he got all that money and that treasure hidden in the dungeon's vault. And, he strides around like a noble now. But he still stinks of the cavernous dirt that we drow seek. And he's become quite vicious.
That's what I've heard.
Well, anyway, enough talk of me. I don't want to bore you. And he calls for one of his female attendants to bring him a robe, and this one looks even more militaresque, with shaven hair on the sides of her scalp and tattoos reflecting the Brigand Dearth logo as well. Still wearing a strange black armor that has like a scaled presence to it, with the robe tied about her waist and not actually wearing it. And she brings the robe and towel to Jarlaxle as he steps out of the pool. He is also naked as the day he was born from the dirts of Menzo Baranzan, in a pod attended to by the High Priestess of House Bainray, and blessed or cursed by the four-signing star of the Demon Queen Spider Loth. And you see him step out with a strange marking of a moon and two fang marks ringed with teeth around one cheek as he puts the robe on, covering his backside, shifting it around, loosening it up, and tussles a towel about his hair before putting his cap back on. His appearance changes. He no longer looks like the drow, and he turns into a male human figure with a blonde beard. Basically looks like a Brad Pitt, just Legends of the Fall style Brad Pitt, and tussles his hair about. And he looks behind you himself at Elris and Cricket and says, "It's been a pleasure. If you're here for more than the day, I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow. I'm not leaving for another few days or so."
What room are you in?
You're being rather direct, dear, and while I like your style, I like the chase even more. Come find me. And he steps up and out, and he leaves. I'm not going to move the token out of the map just for the sake of moving things on. He gathers his stuff, and he moves out of this room and goes back into the atrium where the lobby was, and you see as the door swings closed, he actually goes into the door that was on the east side of the hall when you were near the reception desk that your friend Saith did not talk to you about. And so you all are standing in this pool. Treecaster, as you stand at the edge of the pool, the plant is sucking up just the energy from the water vapors around and starts glowing and just growing profusely with more and more leaves. And then all of a sudden it stops. It turns about, its own trunk twisting with its braided topiary bonsai arrangement twisted together in an ornate sculpture appearance, and it leans its canopy pointing in the direction of Elris.
I'm going to take that as a sign from nature, and I am going to head towards Elris. And Elris, this my tree is pointing at you. You have something to-
I need the two of you to roll perception checks.
Sounds like a really bad pickup line.
21.
All right, excellent.
So what you're saying is your tree has wood?
All right. What did you get for me, Tree Caster?
12.
A 12, you said?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you don't notice this, but Elris, you see down at your feet, something has slipped from your waistband where you had a small pouch attached to your side wrapped under the towel, and has fallen into the water and glows.
I dive for it.
All right, so you bend down at the waist and dive underwater, and you put your hands on an item in your character sheet, and I'm not going to say what it is, but I think you know what it is. You can reveal it to the party if you want. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm gonna have to look now.
All right, yeah, go ahead and look at your character sheet. If you don't, I'll message you in a whisper.
Is it the magic item?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're aware of what I'm talking about now?
I think so, but I'm not totally sure. If you can just message me so I can confirm.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going into your character sheet real quick.
Stay out of his character sheet.
I do what I want. I'm like the least heinous of the DMs when it comes to going into people's character sheets. I don't even want to hear it. All right, give me 1 second.
I will go all up in someone's character sheet. I don't even
I know
care.
you will.
So it is. Hold on 1 second. Let me get to my
Other Jason's the worst. Jason's always a character.
Oh, he totally is. Check the chat in the game log and you'll see it.
Yep.
All right, so you see this item glowing at your feet. When you place your hands on it, for the first time since you've used this item, normally when you've handled it, it just does what you're normally used to it doing, and providing the same treatment it's giving now, which is this, decently emanating glow that extends out about 15 feet and flickers. But this time, as your hands make contact with the item, you hear inside of your mind a seductive, beautiful feminine voice that says, "Swim down to the deepest series of things. Come forward through mist and the waters like dreams."
Feminine voice is really barking at the wrong tree with Elris.
You said what? I'm sorry.
I said a feminine voice really isn't going to work on Elris.
So,
the wrong tree there.
oh, okay. Well, suffice it to say, your item, which I'm not going to say out loud unless you want to say it to your party, is singing to you now, and that's something it's never done before.
Okay.
In addition to making this noise, I need you to roll me a perception check with advantage.
Shoot. Advantage.
Everyone above the water also sees this golden glow emanate from about 5 feet under. You see your friend Elris, and he is prone with his hands around something that glows in his face and emanates past. Elris, with your 23, as you lay out the bottom of the pool in the glow of this light coming from your rather interesting personal item, you see a flicker of a turquoise, crystalline-like sapphire color drift past Cricket and come up in between you to meet your gaze under the water. And you stare face to face at a beautiful female figure composed of water, swirling torrents and waves, bits of seaweed, palm fronds, lily pads, and a few other bits of aquatic vegetation. Her glistening blue lips look at you, and bubbles protrude from her mouth, and she says, "You found me. How strange. Someone actually sees me."
Hey, Mal, do you have a brother?
Who said?
Do we all see her?
At this point, yes. Now that she's entered the light, everyone sees her.
Oh.
Treecaster remembered.
Go ahead.
Treecaster remembers something that he didn't really think about, and he goes back to the changing room and grabs the key for the chest, and then takes it back with him.
All right, so you go back to the changing room, you grab the key, and fasten it to a leather cord that you fix to the top of your staff of adorning, and it swirls about with the other items. This strange female form effervesces and bubbles up from the surface of the water and seems to be communicating in a voice at this point that only Elris can hear.
What is she speaking?
She is speaking
Not Sylvan, right?
Well, no, you guys don't hear any voice. You see her lips moving as she looks at Elris. Only he hears her voice.
Okay. I'm going to swim closer to her and try and reach out.
All right, so you swim toward her and you extend your arms to her, and she looks at you and she says, "A sea elf. Hello. How are you? What waters do you come from?"
I actually don't know enough about Faerun to be able to answer that accurately, so...
So we'll just say you come from the Sea of Swords, which is an actual place.
Okay, that works.
So you tell her that you come from the Sea of Swords, and she says, "The fiercest of sea elves come from there. The most dashing of... she says, "The fiercest of sea elves come from there. The most dashing of sailors."
Ah, you've heard of me.
Oh. Yes, I have heard of you. And she instantly looks at you and says, "Elris, Colin." Oh, Colana, sorry.
Close enough.
Sorry about that. So you see this strange aquatic feminine figurine talking to Elris, who has her hands out touching his as the water swirls around his hand and bubbles. You see his sea elf skin begin to enliven with a turquoise colored blue that fills his fingertips and emanates up his body. His skin just looks bright and glowing, less dim and sea-trodden as he had being on the decks of the Kraken, traveling above the water instead of below. And he's talking to this mysterious woman that you all can't hear.
I'm gonna swim over to the side where my stuff was.
All right, so you swim over to the edge of the pool near the knight where you threw your stuff down on the side here where the column is in this corner.
Yeah.
And you stand next to, you kind of wait over next to Jade. What are you doing?
I'm gonna go ahead and like pick my robe, my shield up, and try to. Well, I guess I'll just put my, shield back on my back and put my robe on.
All right. So you put the shield on your back, still naked, and then throw the robe over top of the shield and haphazardly tie the front clothes across your chest and begin
Just barely.
Yeah, just of course. And gather your things up from the bench, including the welcome bag that has the other accoutrements given to you by Saith the Cambion. And this conversation continues with Elris as the young woman made of water looks at you. After saying your name, Elvis Kolana, you are a little bit thrown off by the fact that she knows your name. And now all of a sudden, her voice becomes fully audible, and it's like a channel clicks over where your ears are hearing instead of your mind, and the others around you begin to hear. And she says, my name is Cyrena, and I protect these waters for Lady Sune. Jade, with your 15 Arcana, when she finally begins to speak audibly, her voice rings out with like 3 or 4 harmonic tones. It actually sounds like multiple voices produced from one set of vocal cords. And you instantly recognize this creature that swims up from the torrent of water below as a Naiad. A Naiad is a sea maiden that is formed by the essence of the ocean itself under magical means, kind of like an elemental. They're created by Sune and other similar gods like Umberly to protect oceans and its creatures and the beauty of nature.
Yeah, but they're also kind of dangerous. If I remember correctly. If Gabe remembers correctly, I should.
So it strikes you all as odd that you weren't told about this water creature dwelling about the springs.
It strikes Jade as odd that there's a Naiad protecting a pool.
Are you going to say anything to her?
Well, am I within? Would you be able to hear me?
Yeah, I mean,
you're
this
like
is, yeah,
10 feet away.
it's a general
Okay.
open area. I mean, you're like 15, 20 feet, but yeah, if you talk loud enough.
So I would ask her. So why are you here protecting this pool in the spa?
So she says, why, I was given charge by its owner, Lady Silvari Silversong, creator and proprietor of the Temple of the Restful Lily. I was actually given this position here by my creator and queen, Lady Sune, and blessings by Umberly to leave my home in the oceans and the Sea of Swords and be transported here by way of a magic bottle. My waters were added to this spring to protect its magical healing properties and the enhancements of beauty and efforts of furthering the truth of our great goddess Sune and her healing path.
Okay.
You hear something in her talk to you that strikes you as odd. She says the creator and proprietor of the Temple of the Restful Lily, whereas your friend, the Cambion Saith, explained to you that the Temple of the Restful Lily is owned by 3 women by the name of Lady Morgana, Lady Greensong, and Lady Azursa.
I know. Jade had put that together in her head, and that's why she was like, okay. Yeah.
Treecaster. Treecaster is going to spend this time while they're talking, pruning up his bonsai
Okay.
Specifically, he's going to take off the extra growth that came up from the pointing over to Elris, and he's going to start whittling on that long piece while they're talking.
So when you clip that section of the growth that came up from the tree as an effect of the glittering waters that it basically nourished and fed it, go ahead and deduct one first level spell slot from your slots available. And the tree kind of winces as you prune that bit of new growth and begin to carve into it. So the Naiad stands in front of you, Elris, and she puts her arms on your shoulders and leans in close, and she says, "A sea elf from the Sea of Swords could be just the hero I need." She says, "If you help me and you free my lady, then I'm sure, on her honor, I'll owe you the life debt, and I'll even go with you in a bottle, and you can keep me."
Oh. And I had a bottle.
They rub it the right way. What would I want with you?
I don't know. I don't have much to bargain with. I'm quite powerful. And you see her when she says that, the waters begin to spray up and hit the ceiling, and the pool basically goes completely dry. Everyone floating in the deep end thuds to their feet, falling 5 feet. Everyone up here where you all are, you just see the water basically disappear from you, and it's being held aloft. The Naiad isn't even moving or flinching. It's as though the power of her mind and her connection with the water gives her complete control over it at her will.
I just go, that's pretty awesome.
Jade is suitably impressed, and she's hard to impress.
So she gives you this display of power, and she says that she doesn't have much to bargain for, but she's really powerful.
If you can do that, why do you need my help?
I'm bound to the spring, and I cannot leave this place, not until I free my master, Lady Silvare Silversong.
And she's whispering, so we can't hear this, right?
Yeah, to him. She's leaning over, whispering in his ear. She's kind of flirting with him. She doesn't get his concept of, whom being not attracted to her. She's doing what a Naiad would do in like a siren's-like manner. She's trying to seduce the Elris, who is not very interested in her.
He's the exact opposite of
Right.
my character.
So she's offered to give you the life debt and be your portable Naiad in a magical bottle, leaving the service of the Temple of the Restful Lily if you can help her find her master, Lady Silvare Silversong.
But she's not talking to who's she just talking to?
Elris.
So none of us can answer that.
Yeah. So while he's thinking, let's go ahead and get into what everybody else is doing. So you were carving into your tree on this new growth that you clipped, noticing that one of your spell slots faded with the clipping. And Cricket and Jade, you stand at the edge of the pool, and the night is beginning to gather as things, and you see that while you've been here, a little bit of time has passed, and some of the guests begin milling about. A few of them still lay about the edges of the pool on lawn chairs, or wade at the side of the pool in the water, kind of frozen in shock of the display of this creature doing what she's done with the pool and raising its waters up that now drip down. And as the night begins to exit, you hear behind you a strange sizzle sound as a few of the droplets that she has in the control of her psychic grip begin to rain down and hit the empty cement basin below and singe the concrete and marble work. And she says in a somewhat threatening voice to Elris, and she's going to
Oh God.
actually intimidate the fuck out of you. She's got the water held up in the air with her power, and she looks up with her eyes but not moving her head, and she says,
Oh shit.
I insist you help me, good sir, sea elf. The water above your head is the strongest acid that the likes of a sea elf of your make has ever seen. If it can eat that stone, imagine what it can do to your little stone.
Oh, what a jerk.
It's not that though. And I was going to agree anyway. You didn't have to do this.
When she says that, her mood changes in like a very, like bipolar way, and the water changes back to water. It rains down and diffuses the floor where it had sizzled, and she throws her arms around you and plants a swirling, bubbling, torrential aquatic kiss against your cheek. This cool water hits your cheek, and the spot where it touches, that part of your skin also begins to fill with a blue complexion, very like to the sea foam that you would swim around in. And you can feel on the sides of your neck the formation of some gills begin to flick. And she says, Thank you! Thank you! Please, my master's somewhere here, I know it. And those nasty women, well, I don't know. I'm sure they have something to do with it. They came here to help her run this place, but things haven't been quite the same since. And she's gone, and they don't know where she is, and the temple just doesn't feel right. And she lets her swirling hug go, and she's saying this stuff out loud as most of the guests have left at this point. And the water crashes down into the pool, but with her control, an invisible barrier prevents it from spilling out to the edges. And you notice she's very, very careful to maintain every single drop staying in the confines of the pool. I need all of you all to roll me an investigation check.
I'm so good at these.
You got a negative as well?
I'm a -1.
So what is everybody doing as we see this scene take place?
I quit failed investigation.
Nice. Y'all suck. Okay, excellent. So Treecaster, because we need you and your wizardy self.
Ooh, 14.
Nice. Oh, you too, Cricket. You all notice that she starts to panic when she sees a few of the droplets of water almost extending out beyond her reach, and she reaches forward, snatching them from the air and pulling them in so that they can fall back into the magical pool. And then you also notice that everywhere the people tread with their wet feet, as they stepped out of the pool, including yourselves, the water that dried up from your skin or from your body is drawn back into the body of the pool, and the towels that are about you and the robes that are on you are dried, as well as your clothes. The water is returned to the center of the pool and stays there.
As she's looking panicked and trying to get those droplets in, can I mage hand one of the droplets in?
To her or to yourself?
Just to knock one of the droplets back into the pool.
Yeah, so you use Mage Hand and you push one of the stray droplets that sprinkles off the edge of a statue hanging from the ceiling and starts to fall stray, and you bat it into the water with the Mage Hand, and it joins the column of the raining torrent of fizzling water that fills the pool back up. And she looks at you and she nods and she says, you too are protector of the sacred waters. Thank you. It's the only thing keeping me safe.
I will take my robe off again, take my shield off again, go to the far end of the pool, and I'm going to cannonball.
All right, so you go to the edge of the pool.
And or like jackknife a cannonball. And
so you climb up on this buttress here that normally would have a statue on it, and you jump in and cannonball the pool, sending droplets up and out. And the droplets... Go ahead.
And just real quick, while Cricket does that, Jade's gonna pull a vial out of her boot and try to grab some water and stick it in the vial.
Roll me a
And then
sleight of hand check.
stick
All right. So as the water droplets splash off of your body, because you're in such close proximity to her, you see those droplets as they splash up and out of the plume of your entry into the pool. You look up while you're under the water. You can see the spray being absorbed into wafts of her hair and hitting her in the face and joining her form. Jared, with your sleight of hand, as you reach down to scoop some water. I'm going to say roll that with advantage because she was distracted. So roll that again for me.
What happened?
So, Tree Caster pulls you out of the water, and
I did worse the second time.
So you go to scoop some of the water out of the pool, and you see the Nad, and she hisses. She goes, "Do that again, and you'll lose the finger in which you placed it in."
Did I get the water? Or did I not get the water?
No, she warned you before you were able to snatch. Yeah, I'll give you some water. So you have a tiny bit of water in the vial, and she says, "Do that again," and she'll melt the finger from your hand.
I slide it back into my boot.
And she says, as you do that, roll me a perception check with advantage while you look gazing at her and her at you, and her change of appearance from peaceful aquatic to violent and pironic.
I'll drink some of the pool water.
Oh god. Oh god, I'm on a 2 and a 1.
Dude, I think your rolls are screwed up, man. But
I'm gonna start rolling physical.
yeah, just roll physical for me. Scrap that roll and roll a physical die. You go to drink some of the water, you put it in your mouth, and you attempt to swallow, and you can't. You try to force the water down, and you feel like your throat is blocked.
Okay, I rolled a 23 on physical dice.
All right, so with your 23, when you notice her form change, you see that the waters around her turn to acid, and you actually notice that they begin sizzling a little bit at the subtle bit of fur and skin hair that grows on your friend Elris. I don't mean fur, but you know what I mean. And then you also see that the water in the jar starts to push against the edges of the vial, like trying to rejoin her. But the other thing that you take notice of when that happens is that the part of her that would normally be like a nice aquatic blue and effervescent with bubbles about her face is now a pale gray and missing color.
I'm gonna get out of the pool, put all my stuff back on, my shield, my robe.
All right, so Treecaster pulls you up out of the pool, and then he lifts you up real quick with his mage hand and tosses you back in one more time as you see him double over laughing. And you go to climb to the edge of the pool and climb out. Treecaster, do you help your friend Cricket out of the pool?
Yes.
All right, so Treecaster pulls you up out of the pool, and you fix your robe and your shield to your back. Elris, you still stand in the pool. You feel a little bit of a burn on your skin, kind of like a nair that hasn't been wiped away. And you look down and you notice that a patch of your leg hair on your upper thigh has been singed away. And the Naiad has stopped talking at you, but she looks at you and implores you, and she says, "Please, help me. I have to stay here. It's the only thing that protects me and this temple from them. But I think you can find her. Silvari's got to be here somewhere. I mean, they just keep telling me she's busy with business in the tower, but I'm sure that there's more to it."
Which way to the tower?
So when you ask that question, Jade, the Naiad says, "It's on the southeastern corner of the property, behind the very temple itself. But I'm afraid that's all I really know. I haven't left these waters since my time in scripted service here began."
Jade suggests that we adjourn from the pool room and find something to eat.
All right. So Jade suggests to the party the option of getting out of the pool and finding some food. The Naiad fizzles back down into the water, and she trails her hand across your chest, Elris, and she says, "Please save me, my prince," and swirls down into the water, fading away. And
Wait, don't go yet.
she comes back up to the surface of the water, just her face, lips, and nose, and she says, "Yes?"
I finish up carving on the stick that I've got, and it's just wand shaped, and I offer it to her and just say, from one protector of nature to another. I'm not sure if this might aid you, but maybe it'll just be a token of luck.
She takes the wooden carved, I guess kind of quickly formed wand-like totem that you've created out of a piece of your sacred bonsai tree. And you see her floated up the surface of the pool with a pseudopod looking like protrusion of water that wafts with bubbles. And she places the wooden carving on this empty stone parapet. And you see her take a few of the seaweed fronds from her hair and a lily and lily pad and place it with the wand. And she says, "I will treasure it forever. I only hope that they can't take it from me. That's why I put it at the back of the pool. They won't even get near this water."
Aw, someone found some.
All right, so I'm assuming everybody packs up and leaves the pool right now.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So you guys walk your way back into the main receiving hall where the changing rooms are. And you see your friend, the Cambion Saith, sitting at the chair again. And he's milling about some papers. And you all have the chance to revisit your changing rooms if you choose to. But you do all have the full set of equipment and things that you would need to have your stay. You have the key to your chest, your welcome packet, and your spa bag with your personal items in your trunk stowed away, and your special sandals and other accoutrements for your day trip at the spa at hand. You all are dried, hang towels in your changing rooms, and you notice that the chests have a note tucked on the top of them, and the note reads the same to each of you and written in very elegant golden inlaid handwriting. It says, "Welcome to the Temple of the Restful Lily." And it says, "Ladies Morgana, Greensong, and Azursa welcome you personally. Each would like to meet you." And it says, "Morning exercises with Lady Azursa in the garden adjacent to the lobby." It says, "Fine dining in the kitchen to the east wing with Lady Greensong, and personal beauty consults with Lady Morgana in the atrium." And then you notice that the trunk itself is suspiciously unlocked, even though these keys were assured to be only keys given to you and assigned personally to the trunk where your things are.
Was my stuff in there?
You lift the lid to the trunk and you notice that your stuff is inside. But when you look down inside of the trunk, you find a personally addressed letter. And you see in the letter written to you, it says, "Dearest Cricket." And it says, "You're probably asking yourself right about now how I know this about you." It says, "Fear not, I have many eyes and ears about the temple. I want to personally invite you for one of my special treatments. Signed, Lady Morgana." And then at the bottom it says, "P.S. Only the most fierce and wild of hearts deserve the splendors and beauty I'm inviting for you."
Heck yeah, I'm in.
So what do you do with the letter? You kind of tuck it aside, keeping it
I-
personal?
I'm not telling you.
All right. So
'Cause
you
I
have
feel
your
like I'm
secret.
like-
You have your secret invite to meet with Lady Morgana.
I feel like I'm special, so I'm like, heck yeah.
All right. So what are the rest of you guys doing?
Alris is going to gesture over to the rest of the party, point to the non-personal letter on his chest, and ask one of them what it says because he can't read.
So
What
does
is your
somebody?
intelligence?
8. He just
Oh
never
no,
learned to
you
read.
can read.
He just never learned to.
He's a sea elf. They don't have any reason to.
Oh.
I mean, they speak. They live out to sea. So he probably could read his own language, but not common or anything like that. So does somebody help Elris read his little note on top of his trunk?
I'll help him.
All right, so Treecaster, he calls you over to his changing stall, and he walks forward, pushing the curtain aside, and thrusts his hand forward with the letter opened, and it's been kind of haphazardly crumpled as he fumbled about trying to read something or see if there was anything discernible pictographically that he could do so on his own without humbly asking for your help. And when he thrusts the letter forward to you, looking a little shy, you pick the letter up and you read it and you say, "Oh, wow, reads same as mine." And you relay the information to him about the fact that the three owners of this establishment, Ladies Greensong, Lady Morgana, and Lady Azursa, have personally welcomed them to the Temple of the Restful Lily, and that should they want to see either of them regarding their services, it gives their locations. The Azursa does morning exercises in the garden to the west. Greensong occupies the guest in the kitchen with the finest of dining and drinks. And Lady Morgana offers her beauty consultation services in the atrium one-on-one. So what do you guys want to do? Strange letters. Your chests were open, like I said, even though Saith told you that you were the only ones with the keys to those chests. And the only one so far that looked at their items to see if they were disturbed was Cricket, who saw that none of her items were disturbed. What are the rest of you doing?
I will also double check my items.
All right, so you casually stroll back to your stall and you walk in, spreading the curtain open and standing forward in front of your chest. You notice that it too is open, and in the bottom of your chest you see another note, and this note says in a strange, shaky handwriting, kind of scrawled about the page. It says, "For the one with the tree, treats you surely need, the best soil and nourishment I can bring for thee. Come see me in the garden, exercise with me. I'll turn that bonsai into an ancient elder treant."
Oh shit!
Interesting.
And then the signature says Lady Azursa.
I'll double check that all my items are there again, lock the chest back,
All right.
and then kind of head out, just like looking down at this letter, and ask if anybody got a letter from one of the other ladies.
All right. So you walk your way down the corridor to your friends kind of standing in the middle of the hallway and announce that you have a special letter. And go ahead. What are you doing, Jade?
Jade would quickly check her trunk, but the only thing she put in there was her crossbow.
Yeah.
So
You open the trunk, and you two also have a personalized letter.
my crossbow's still there.
Yes, your crossbow is there. Your personalized letter says, "Don't trust my sisters. They're fools. Yes, you're welcome at the temple, but I know a lot about you, Jade." And it says, "Come see me for a nightcap drink." And it says, Lady Greensong.
Okay.
So, did you walk out of your...
I would walk out. I would not tell the party.
Okay. So you walk out and you see your friend Treecaster standing in the hallway, kind of loudly announcing that he got a personalized letter. Elris, Cricket, and Jade, you stand in front of the closed curtains of your personalized changing stalls where your trunks are. What do you guys want to do?
What time is it? No.
It's probably still like, I'd say, just short of being the end of the morning, early afternoon. So when you got here, it was probably about 8 a.m. I'd say. By the time you were in the pool and getting invited, we're probably looking at like maybe 11 a.m., almost noon.
Who was
Can we
the?
walk? Sorry, go ahead, boss.
I was like, who was the one that wrote my letter?
So the one that wrote your letter was Lady Morgana,
Okay.
and she basically promised to enhance your, ability and your beauty beyond compare.
Yeah.
One of her special treatments. So what are you
So
guys
I
gonna do?
guess I would ask the party, like, do you want to explore the ground, see what's going on? We promised that Naiad we would help. And we still have to find the librarian and whoever she came in here after.
So when you say that name, you recall that the person that Loris was chasing after when the portal opened was her friend who had supposedly gone missing, though she suspected in the book and didn't tell you, and her friend by the name of Falthrax, who was a dwarf concerned about his age, his appearance, and missing the greatest part of his youth working in the Candlekeep.
Yes. I would say that, we need to look for them.
I'm going to walk up to the concierge.
All right, so you mill through the hallway, shifting past Treecaster and in between Elris and brush shoulders with Jade, and you come up behind the chair of Saith, who sits at the chair with his back turned to you. What do you do?
I'm actually go to the front of the desk, and I'm actually going to show him the letter.
All right, so you move to the front of the desk, and you hand forward a letter, folded in half and pressed with the seal. And he takes the letter from you and pulls down a pair of small, like, reading spectacles that he had tucked behind the knobs of his little hornlets above his eyebrows. And just past a little bit of the black greased hair, he slicks back in order real quick with a comb that he pulls from his breast pocket. And he looks down at the letter with a closer observance, and he says, "Ooh, you got one of the lady's special letters. Aren't you a lovely girl?"
I let my robe slip open a little bit.
When you do that, Saith begins to like wander his eyes, looking up at the ceiling, and then he looks down over his nose, past his glasses, trying to just make sure that he can only see you and not through the peripheries anything below his chin. And he says, "Yes. In fact, not many guests have personal audience requests with the owners of the Temple of the Forgotten Lily, and it seems here that Lady Morgana has invited you for special treatment. That's quite an honor. It can be a little expensive, but they have been known to make exceptions for cash flow, especially for people they're quite interested in." And he hands the letter back to you, and then he averts his gaze down to his papers, and begins just like scrawling down some notes by hand, haphazardly.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna ask him, like, how do I redeem this?
Oh, well, you see, I'm sure you'll see her as you walk about at some part, but, well, you'll know her when you see her. Just present this envelope to one of the attendants, and maybe they can help you find her. She's often in different locations of the temple, and I cannot quite say where she is at this time of day, actually.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious if I had to give this to you first, or, whatever. I don't know how it worked.
Oh, do you want my help in finding Lady Morgana?
I mean, first time here.
Well, okay. Well, I suppose what we could do is, enter the common room and mill about there, and perhaps maybe she will be there. And so she points to the doorway over here to the east side, and she says, "Shall I accompany you, or would you like to look there first, and I'll check in the garden as well?
I guess. I mean, if we just go inside, that's cool. Not a big deal.
So you open the door to the other room?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So you walk up to the other room and you open the door. And
Treecaster was wandering over to the door to the west.
okay, that's fine.
As well.
Well, we were going to the common room's to the right, and then you were going to like the garden thing on the left, I think.
Yeah.
Didn't you say it was a garden?
Yes. So the garden and exercise space is on the left side. So let me go ahead and reveal that as well. So, all right. Treecaster, you open the door, and when you do, it's like secret garden style, just the rare and exotic plants, the likes of which you've never seen. Some you're familiar with from being a furball, but these plants are from all over the far reaches of Toril, past even Faerun, some from the Moonshae Isles, some from the deep desert recesses of Kalimshan, some even from the fabled continents of the dark territories of the Wizards of Fae. And these plants are grown in a menagerie. But you see another thing quite strange. At the far southwestern corner of the garden, you notice a very large tree that encompasses the majority of the space. And that particular tree has a woman standing nearby. And I've got to find the damn token. I'm that guy. We lost the damn tokens, or maybe didn't upload them yet.
Okay, we threw. While you do that, can I say what Jay would do?
Absolutely, dude.
So Jay would go up to her favorite concierge in the world and be like, "Hey there, what can you tell me about this?" And I would put air quotes around it. I would say witch.
When you put air quotes and say witch, your friend, the helpful Cambion, clutches at his chest and he says, I assure you, I don't know what you mean by that comment. And then he leans in closer and he puts his hand over top of the brooch with the eyeball. And he says, unless, of course, you mean contemptible witch.
So, what can you tell me about the person who gave me this letter?
So you hand the letter forward, and he takes the spectacles down to his nose again, and you see the glittering pearl chain, kind of like the 1950s housewives, ring about his neck and rattle, and he fusses with it a minute, and then pulls his ponytail out of the chain from behind, and adjusts the glasses, looking at him deeper, and he says, it seems you've been requested for a private audience with Lady Greensong. Quite odd, actually. I'm afraid she's the most elusive of the three owners, and the oldest in year. She doesn't often see guests. I would be quite curious as to her motive on this one, to be honest with you. I really don't know why she'd want to see you. And he says that cautiously to not offend you or imply that you're not important or special.
Thank you, Seth.
Yes, you're welcome. Well, she unfortunately, and I am being completely honest with you, I have no idea where she is.
Well, she said a nightcap, so I figured I'll look for her later on.
That's probably best. She has been known to haunt the halls late in the evenings. I mean, yes, walk the halls late in the evenings.
Of course.
All right, so Cricket, did you walk forward to the tree, to the doorway that opened up to the other room?
Yeah, I mean, probably.
So you walked forward and opened the door, and when you did, you see it opens into a wonderful common room. Just incredible. There are, you know, wonderfully upholstered chairs of all different textile print. There is just supple leather chairs arranged around fancy tables with, you know, little trays and tureens of desserts and snacks and bonbons and little tea cakes and cucumber sandwiches. You see long lounging couches with people taking naps with cucumbers in their eyes, and a few attendants giving massages to people that lay about the lounging couches. And in the middle of the room, you see a woman, and I'm not going to change the map because it will probably freeze everything up for everyone. So I will just make the token huge. You see a woman sitting in a chair facing a large roaring fireplace, and this woman has pale gray skin and dark raven black hair, so dark it's almost like the Vanta black, that, you know, super black pigment that disappears around the edges, and you can barely make out where her hair begins and ends on her form as it hangs low about her shoulders, draping past blue robes and supple red lips, down to a feminine form that sits legs crossed with hands folded in her lap, reading a book.
I'll go right up to her
All right.
because she's my type.
All right, so I'm going to kind of bounce back and forth between a
Yeah.
bunch of different scenes just to
Yeah.
make sure everybody gets in. So
Jade would just follow Cricket in, and is there a bar in there?
yes. So as you follow in,
So Jade would just go to the bar and sit and be quiet.
all right, as you file in behind Cricket, you see sitting at the back side of the bar with their arms against the countertop another attendant who is furiously washing glasses with a mechanical-like motion that twists their arm like
Furiously.
and you keep an earshot out and look occasionally over your shoulder to see Cricket walk forward to Lady Morgana. Let's pause there for a second. So we got Elris. You're standing in the atrium and you've seen your friends talk to the Cambion Seth. Two of them milled into the room he referred to as the lounge, and one of them eagerly sought the comforts of the beauty of nature in the garden. What would you like to do, Elris?
Alright, I'm going to retrieve any stuff from my kit that I think I might need. So I'm basically going to get dressed.
Okay. So you put back on your seafarer's clothes and your sea-scaled, supple, elven leather, and pull your boots on. Your skin is dry and soft and perfectly smooth. You feel refreshed and rejuvenated. And as you gather your things and pull your sword belt up or any other things that you'd have about your person, what do you do?
Well, once I'm all dressed, I'm gonna head towards the lounge and literally just go to the couch here and lounge. That's what it's there for.
All right, so when you walk into the lounge room, you pass by your friend and new traveling companion, Jade, who sits at the bar with her elbows resting on it and her form shifted to the side of one hip as she straddles the bar stool to keep a close, watchful eye on the room and the scene overall. And as you mill past your friend Cricket, and behind the watchful eye of this beautiful gray-skinned elven woman sitting in a chair elegantly, you find your place at a lounge chair, and you sit. Give me 1 second, I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. My apologies, y'all. T number 3. Okay. You see large cushioned chairs set around an open space. Calming music fills the air that attendants play on stringed instruments and soft fluted reed instruments. A scent of lily permeates through the lounge, and other intoxicating floral perfume scents. A bar takes up the corner of the room, along its shelves of expensive wines and spirits, and baskets of fresh fruit that glisten in the soft glow from the stained glass windows on the south wall of the room's border. 2 tables stand along one wall, each set up as a manicure and pedicure station with nail files, clippers, and bottles of nail and varnish. So where you sat down, Elris, you instantly see another attendant rush forward, and they actually come out of... Come the fuck on. Can it do what I need it to do and just grab the damn token? All right.
Stupid.
They come rushing out of this door, pushing 2 oaken panels open that clatter on like saloon style hinges forward, and they kneel down on a kneeler's pad and spread out a sterile towel kit with a bowl of piping hot water that permeates a steam above it with an intoxicating opioid-like scent that fills your nostrils. I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw. Hopefully you guys are having fun so far. I know it's been a roleplay heavy session, but hopefully
Oh no, it's fun. We're having a spa day.
Oh, it's more than a spa day, I can assure you.
I rolled a 7 for my Constitution save.
All right, so as you see this person approach and haphazardly unfurl this kit to give a manicure, and this scent wafts into your face, your curiosity gets the best of you as you lean forward to watch in detail this frantic work taking place, and the perfume scents hit your nose, and you close your eyes for a second, breathing them in. The scent is intoxicating. You look about the room. Everything is beautiful. You are soft, supple, relaxed.
Oh, no.
You feel your form sink into the couch. Your body is weightless. Your hand goes limp, and the attendant leans forward, pulls you forward just a bit to rest your hand on the table in front of him, and he leans the other part of your weight against his shoulder and begins giving you a hand massage. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check with disadvantage.
I'm not sure how relevant it is, but is this a magical sleep? Because I'm technically immune.
It is not a magical sleep. It's a drug. But actually, roll me a nature check too, so we can say in game whether or not you know. All right, so you are so intoxicated you don't pick up on anything as you look at this attendant brace into your limp form.
Well, I was 0.
I know, that's so awesome. You're like,
Oh Jesus! I didn't think that was possible.
roll me roll me an Arcana check or a Nature check if you'd like.
Well, they're both equally terrible, so.
He's too far away. I can't. Well, I can guidance him, can I? Well,
All right, so with your nature check, Elris, you do know that these intoxicants that hit your nose are some sort of illicit drug or spice that is highly illegal in the free world of the Faerun world over, and majority of the continents in Toriel also outlaw these types of drugs. But they're so fun, so intoxicating, and so enticing that only the finest, wealthiest of people can enjoy their illicit luxury. And you settle into the fact that you're experiencing one of the most world-rocking, earth-shattering euphorias that you have ever experienced. As you feel your hands being massaged and rubbed, light oils are being placed on your skin and your cuticles as the attendant takes a gritted, sandpapered instrument and begins filing at your nail. What would you like to do?
If I'm sort of semi-conscious from this drug, is there much I even can do?
No, you are conscious. You're not. You're just really high and really relaxed.
Okay.
Think of it like a lotus, like, you know, the lotus eaters, Greek type thing. It's like you're in an opium den, basically.
Okay. I'm more just going to just come. Oof. Yeah,
Treecaster knew how to get into some fun.
really. Yeah.
So, Elris, do you want to do anything or say anything as you receive this wonderful massage and, ease back into this taboo high?
Just going to say, it's better not to cost extra and just kind of slur and snooze.
He said, you said, does this cost extra, and you slur?
I slur, it's better not to cost extra and just fell asleep.
Okay. This better not cost extra. So you start falling asleep and you lay your head on the shoulder of the attendant who continues to massage your fingers and oil them and give you a manicure. You all in the room with your passive perception would pick up on Elris just softly snoring and whispering in his sleep. What's something you would say in your sleep?
One day this will be my ship.
Dude.
Oh no!
Woo, that's awesome. Oh my
I have an 18
gosh.
passive perception. I guarantee I heard.
Oh,
that.
I know you heard that. Okay, so let me cut the scene real quick for just a second. So, Treecaster, you've walked into this amazing garden and you see this woman, and she stands in front of this tree, and she puts her fists together like combat style. She goes, and then kind of grits and cracks her knuckles, and she says, "All right, here we go." And she says, "I really hope the people that came to visit the shrine are ready for the workout we're gonna give them today." And you see this cheerful, rosy-cheeked wood elf. Excuse me, wrong one. My bad. Boop. Scratch that. Rewind that. Yeah, you see a muscular figure with cat-like eyes and golden skin, and she stands in front of a large, imposing tree.
Oh, this is him in the garden.
Yeah. So you see this tree in front of her.
You done fucked up, Ron. You went to the workout garden.
I'm gonna say to the lady, I think you're the person who may have wrote me this letter. So I've kind of come to find maybe you. And while I'm talking, druid crafting a crown of flowers from one of the nearby plants, and I place it on my head.
So you place the crown of flowers on your head that you've crafted, and she says, "Oh, an invitation, you say? Let me see."
Pulled out the letter.
Okay, so you fork the letter forward, and she takes it in her hand, snatching it confidently from you, and she goes to read the letter, and she says, "Oh, yes, that's right. Welcome. What do you think of my garden? Isn't it grand?"
I think it's lovely. I notice I don't see any trees from home, so let me give you this. And he's going to reach into a pouch and hand some seeds to her.
You reach in your pouch to hand the seeds to her, and you see her copper-colored skin and copper-colored hair. She has a breastplate on with a ornate red fur mantle that plumes about her bustier, and she has a confident, friendly voice, and you see that her arms are slender and strong, and her hands are calloused and very, very muscular. You see that basically stretching out from behind the tree are a series of chains that extend forward on the ground and kind of coil up at her feet behind her back, and some of them have little bits of kind of blood on the end of them. And she takes the letter and she says, "Oh yes, well, I really appreciate these." And she walks around the pile of chains over to this bench here, and you see a few other attendants and people that are guests milling about the garden, and they're stretching and wiping sweat from their brow. And as she moves forward, she bumps into one of them. She says, "Oh, you really need to do better next time, Jelly Belly." And then she winks at the guy and says, "But looking good, Papa." And then she kind of spreads the seeds out in an open bed here and tucks them over with these. My wife's in the other room laughing at me because of the random crap I'm improvising for these women. So she tamps down the soil with her hand and tucks the seeds into the soil nicely. And then she moves over to you and she says, "Look, I don't know much about your personal business and why you came to the Temple of the Restful Lily, but I am interested in people like yourself with an appreciation for the strength of nature. You know, I really can't stand those other two, and I think with someone strong and confident like you, we could really bring a change of management, if you know what I mean." And she looks down at the chains that are coiled up and she says, "But first, to see if you're worthy, I have a test or two, if you will, feats of strength and endurance. Do you care to face my challenge?"
Sure, I'll give it a shot.
All right. So she takes a whistle from her breast in between the fur that billows out from beneath the corset that's that armored brass plate. And she pulls the whistle and purses her lips and fills her cheeks with air, blowing the whistle hard, which rings out. And you see the tree in front of you writhe and shake, furling its branches and sending plumage raining down below. It comes to life, and the chains begin to rattle and whip about, and they unfurl from their coiled state, and they extend out about 10 feet in front of it. And she points to the area here and says, "Assume the position!"
I'm going to
Assume the position.
confusedly place my bonsai back in its little carrying pack that I have, and then I'm going to take my staff and kind of put up a battle-ready position.
All right.
Because that's the only position he knows.
So you take the staff and put it in a battle-ready position, and she puts her hand on her face and she goes, "Tut, tut, tut, tut. It is not you that will be beating the tree. It will be the tree beating you, but not with weapons. No one's here to hurt you, but I am going to make you suffer. Pick up those chains!"
This is the
Oh,
weirdest
Is it like the
game
the rope thing you did?
They're battle ropes, yeah. It's the battle ropes. So,
Push my staff to the ground so it stands up on its own.
okay.
I'll walk over. I'll grab one of the chains. And I'll ask her for her instruction on do this.
As you pick up the chain, you feel the chain begin to pull back against the tree, coiling around its trunk as the tree twists about, reeling it in, and the chain slack is pulled up from the ground and pulls taut in your hands. She takes the whistle to her lips and she says, "On the count of 3, my dear. 1," and blows the whistle before it can get to 3. The tree starts pulling against you furiously. Roll me a strength check.
It's so stupid.
So you want the wizard to pass a strength check.
He signed up for it. It's gonna be a what?
16.
Nice. So
Holy shit.
Very good.
yeah, that
Very
is
good.
actually pretty sweet. So you feel the chain begin to pass 1 and 2 links past your hand, and you almost lose grip of it as the tautness and the strength of its violent pull. The branches of the tree reach down like extra limbs pulling against it, and it leans back as though it were digging its heels or roots in, swaying in its lower waist, and pulls against you violently. You just barely maintain to dig your heels into the soil as you feel little bits of your own sapling-like growth eke out from the tail fringes of your robes, growing into the ground like roots, as they pull your heels down flat, cementing you to the ground, and you hold on strong to this chain. I need you to
I would have
me.
rolled I would have rolled a 12, by the way.
I need you to roll me another strength check.
Maybe Jade should have gone into the garden instead of the drug den.
That one's going to be a 14.
All right, so this time, unfortunately, as you feel the tug and the strength of the pull increase, you begin to tip forward, barely catching yourself, and you lose 5 feet of ground. As you stand that much closer to the chain, you feel the chain that you didn't pick up begin to swirl around your ankles, and you start to slip against the soil. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
7.
All right. So, unfortunately, you fail your save, and the chain that loops about your ankle causes your foot to slip and twist in its grasp. It slides out, pulling your slipper off your foot as your newly deshoed foot lands in the soft mud below. Slipping, you begin to fall supine, and you are dragged up to the base of the tree where your butt meets the base of its roots, and the chains pull tighter until your face reaches the front of the trunk. And the lady Azursa blows the whistle. That'll be enough! And the chain slackens again, and she laughs. Well, it seems maybe you weren't up for my challenge. Should you consider trying another?
What do I get from completing this challenge? Is it just that I'm allowed to help you?
Oh, it's so much more than that. Not only would you be my main man, but I could also give you something that would make you much more powerful and ferocious. You...
Do it again.
She squeezes at your bicep and she says, "You lack discipline, physical training. It's not what I'm looking for. But you do have power where it counts. I can take the power of your mind and duplicate that to the power of your body."
Do it again.
I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Natural 20.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
So you feel her words lick about your ears in a seductress manner as she tempts you with the promises of strength imbued upon your physical form. And you sense that there might be a catch to the promise she offers.
Do it.
He's going to take his pack off or whatever else he might be carrying and set it on the ground next to his staff. And then he's going to crack his knuckles and then crack his neck.
Yes.
And then just like loosen up. And he's going to grab both chains this time and just kind of like do this with him and whip him up and down and dig his heels in and get wrap the chain around his hands and get ready to pull.
And he says,
Yes.
Azursa says, "Oh, this game's a little bit different. You'll still need the chains, and it's just as fun, but not so much pulling and tugging this time. This is more about footwork, you see." And so she calls for an attendant, and you see another one of the butler-like staff. I'm just going to use this generic token here. And the butler-like staff stands behind you 5 feet, and he motions for you with a pantomime-like gesture to give him the ends of the chains.
I'll take the chains off my hands and hand them to him.
All right, so you hand him the chains, and she says, "I suppose I'll be fair this time, seeing as you did give it your best effort before. But I'm really going to make you sweat. Do you know how to jump rope?" Roll a history check, being a furbog, to see whether or not furbogs jump rope.
This is a seriously kinky D&D game.
It's a natural.
Oh, good. All right. So, yeah, you remember skipping rope, as a youth, playing with vines and other toys in the forest with other furball children. Skipping rope and making tree swings was something you're very familiar with. So, for the remainder of this contest, for this particular feat, you will be given advantage on all of your rolls. And so she says, well, are you ready this time?
Let's give it a go.
All right. This time I actually will count to 3. And she looks over at the attendant and she says, 1, 2, and doesn't call 3 but on 3 whistles. The attendant hesitates for a second and then she scoffs, and then she snaps a whip that she had concealed behind a robe underneath of a long sleeve, and the attendant snaps to attention and begins double dutching the chains around you with the assistance of the awakened tree and its limbs. I need you to make a dexterity check.
Oh, jeez.
With advantage,
Can I?
because...
Okay, so I've got. I was gonna say, could I cast guidance on?
Yes, you can.
All right. So
Good.
There's my skills at.
And while we're waiting for you to do that, just to show what this one looks like so you guys can see it.
This is hilarious. You're making him jump rope.
So she's a copper-skinned sun elf.
Yeah.
I don't.
All right, so let's see. Did you roll your dex check for me yet?
Yep, I got it's gonna be 21 for Dex.
Awesome. So you gleefully skip about, and you even do a turn on your heel, catching your footfall on the second one. And you start snapping your fingers and whirl about, and the tree behind you begins dancing Baby Groot style as you keep to the rhythm. And she says, all right, that's good, but now we're going to pick up the pace. I need you to do it again and again and again and again. And I need you to roll me 3 more checks just so we can get it over with real quick. And all 3 with advantage.
Oh, no.
You've got one that's 16,
Pass.
one that's 19,
Also pass.
Okay. Come on, 1.
14, it's D4, 16.
Excellent. You pass all 3 of your checks. You literally cut a fucking rug on the forest floor here, and you're like country jiving, heel digging and skipping, grabbing at the waistband of the cord that secures your wizard robes as you skip over each of the chain's attempts to catch your feet. And you look at the woman, Azursa, that stands there with her whip as she continues to crack it furiously at the servant, making him whip the chains faster. And you see a bead of sweat build up on her brow as frustration increases. I need you to roll me an Arcana check with advantage. And then we're going to change scene.
22.
Oh, man, you are good. All right. When you see the bead of sweat begin to drip down her brow past the golden hair in her copper-colored skin, you see something strange. You see that her skin is not a rust color copper. It's actually a pale green. You notice that on her face was a youthful, lively, copper-toned skin is leathery, pustuled, pimpled, warten. The drop of sweat continues past her nose, and you see a bulbous pimple on the end. It trails down her lip. You see black, inky lips and disgusting teeth. You see it drip down her chest, and you see sunken skin, sunken collarbone, sunken ribs.
Are the chains still going, or have the chains stopped?
No, they've stopped. You passed all the rounds on that. Sorry. That was fun as shit.
Scene change now, right?
Well, we can finish up real quick if you had one other thing you wanted to address with her.
So I saw a pimple on the end of her nose.
Yeah, you see that basically everywhere this bead of sweat has dripped down, it's revealed something about her appearance. The illusion of her golden copper, youthful skin and hair is being wiped away as though makeup were washed off, and underneath is this pale green, pustuled, pimpled, and stricken skin, and disgusting black lips and inky teeth.
So I'm gonna say, let me get that for you, and I'm gonna pop visit on her nose.
So, right. So roll me a sleight of hand check.
It's so ridiculous.
You don't
And
poke a
gross.
hag in the nose. Oh, man. Good
That was a
time.
14.
You said what?
14.
All right, so you go to reach for her nose, and she reels back in horror, and she says, "I never! Why would you even think you could put your hands on me?" And then she says, "Guards!" And some more of the attendants arrive. I'm going to borrow these NPCs for now over here. You see two of them rushing in to aid the one who holds the chains. And they approach you, and she says,
Oh, shit.
"You best follow them to the lounge or somewhere else for now. We'll talk later." And then she hands a small bag to one of the attendants, and she nods to the attendant and then shrugs her head in your direction. And the two of these attendants grab you by the arms. Roll me a strength check.
While they're grabbing me, I'm gonna say, wait, I need my guns.
You need what?
I'm gonna say, wait, I need my things. Because I left them on the ground there.
Okay.
I got a 17 minus 1, 16 strength check.
All right, so you pull against these individuals that grab onto you, and you actually are able to pull yourself free to grab the things at your feet that you set down to play this fitness game with her. And the one thing you notice when you pull free from your grasp is at your feet, just below your eyesight, right about where your toes meet the ground, in the path that your arms force their way forward from the clutching grip of the, four-shape hooked arm grasp of these two attendants that were trying to manhandle you. Following the momentum down at the end of your feet, you see little bits of straw and hay.
I will gather my things, grab a little bit of the straw and hay, and then follow the guards out.
All right, so the guards escort you back out to the atrium in the lobby area with Saith, and they unhold you, and Saith looks at you and he says, naughty, you must have really gotten her goat. She really likes torturing the guest here. Did you survive her workout?" And he points at you with an extended black fingertip with the pink highlighted end, and he points at the strange satchel that the attendant hangs with his arm extended awkwardly in a stiff manner right over your left shoulder, like just beside your ear, and you see the leather sack hanging from a string clutched in his tight fist.
I'll take the flower crown off my head and put it on Saith's head, and then I'll grab the pack.
All right, so you place the flower crown on his head, and you see that his skin temperature causes the flowers to begin to wilt. And he looks at you and he says, "Thank you." And then he nods and says, "Don't forget about your things." And you reach up to grab this satchel, and you take it from the attendant, who opens his fingers like this. I don't know if you can see my screen, but he opens his fingers like this in a slow, erratic manner, releasing the bundle of the leather cord that ties the satchel shut, and he lets the package drop into your hands.
Interesting. I'll check the package.
So you open the pouch, and inside you see a strange vial. On the vial, written in Elvish, is. Do you read Elvish? I can't look at your character sheet at the moment.
I believe that's one.
I think you do, if I'm
yeah.
not mistaken. You see written in Elvish on the bottle itself. Crap. Give me 1 second. You see potion of hill giant strength.
Oh, nice.
Interesting. I will keep that for later.
All right, so let's go ahead and scene change real quick. Back to the lobby where Jade was being attended to by a bartender, and Elris was receiving an intoxicating massage, and Cricket was standing toe-to-toe with Lady Morgana, sitting elegantly in her chair, poised in front of the fire, leafing through some papers.
Is that who gave me the note?
Yes.
Okay, I will approach her and go, wow, this is pretty awesome. And I'll hand her the note.
You hand her the note, and she looks down on it, and then she pushes the note back to your hand without making eye contact, and she says, "I'm aware I sent you that note. Thank you for meeting me. I am quite interested in a woman of your caliber and character to be eligible for one of the temple's more special treatments. Are you interested?"
Heck yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. And she says, "How about this? Enjoy the rest of your evening here in the temple, free of charge for any additional services that you did outside of your normal stay, of course. And you can give them this token." And the token is like a seal in gold that has her depiction cast into the coin on one side, and then on the other side it says Temple of the Restful Lily. And it's basically kind of like a casino coin that gives you full access to everything. And she says,
Nice.
"Let's meet in the tower later this evening. I think between myself and my two other business partners, we can arrange for your treatments and the whole thing, all of the experience this evening."
Like, what kind of like meetup is this? Like, should I actually put clothes on for that?
Absolutely. Oh, you're so silly.
Oh, it's the robe and the nakedness.
I mean, you're free to walk about the temple in whatever form you see is beautiful, of course. But no, really, you just sit for me and my sisters, and, well, we work on painting a portrait of you. And while we paint the portrait, we imbue magic through our prayers to the goddess Silune. You've already taken a bath in her reviving springs, and that's the first part, of course, but most of the guests don't receive her blessing, and I'm vouching for you to the goddess herself. So me and my partners, Azursa and Greensong, will paint this portrait of glory, and the portrait will reflect whatever your innermost desire for personal perfection or beauty is. You just must think, and it shall be so.
So I should be naked for this picture then.
Again, if you would like to pose nude, that is certainly up to you.
Yeah, I'll probably be naked.
All right. So she's emphasized to you that later that evening you have an appointment with her and her business partners, Azursa and Greensong, and that the three of them will paint a magical portrait of you in the presence of a ritual, and they are going to pray specifically on your intercession to the goddess Sune for her blessing, and that this blessing will be given to you to enhance some form of beauty or perfection that you seek. and I gotta look them up because there's a couple different things you can do. I think one's like an ability score improvement +2 to whatever. One of them is.
Does Jade overhear this conversation?
Roll me a perception check. Sorry.
No. I didn't want to interrupt.
No,
but
you're
do
fine.
wanna-
I appreciate you asking.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, with your perception check, you absolutely hear the conversation take place. And as a matter of fact, you also hear her as she starts to whisper what the blessing can offer, and she says, "You get the ability score increases by 2 for a character's maximum for whatever score they choose. You can also do a physical transformation. So the hag says you can become a different race, sex. You can change your
Says
appearance."
hag.
Oh, sorry. Well, you said it earlier.
I was threatening the devil.
You were. The character retains their ability scores and the class features, but the changes their racial traits are applicable. So you could literally like alter your sex, appearance, and everything. And you can also bargain for renewed youth and a permanent aura of lesser restoration.
Ooh, that's cool.
Interesting. That's pretty sweet.
So, Elris, you begin to snap out of this drug-induced fog a little bit. You start to stir from your sleep, and the attendant sits you back into the lounging couch, the mother-in-law chair, if you will. And you come to and look around the room, and it seems to be less euphoric than you remember it. The light is still pleasant and glowing, but the early afternoon hours have soon turned into the early evening, and you notice some guests milling about, eating drinks and enjoying fancy finger foods and being tended to by servants. You notice your friend Cricket talking with an elegant, pale, blue-skinned moon elf, and you also see your friend Jade at the bar, quizzically observing things with raised brow, her hair obscuring her face partially to disguise what direction she looks. What do you want to do?
I'm going to get up, sort of groggily, shake myself awake. I guess throw 1 gold piece as a tip to the masseuse, and then head over to the bar and sit next to Jade.
All right, so you go to throw the 1 gold piece at the attendant, and he tries to move, but unfortunately in a stiff and erratic manner, bobbles the coin, which falls onto the table in front of him. When he goes to reach and pick up the coin, roll me a perception check.
Certainly. Sorry, I'm a little impeded right now.
No, it's all good, dude.
He has no
right.
hands.
With your 11, you notice that his stiff grip picks up the coin in an awkward way, as though his fingers are either worn out from giving you the massage or not quite working properly. But when he picks the coin up off the table, in the soft towel that's spread with the various manicuring instruments, you notice a few bits of straw.
Straw. Okay.
This is so bad.
All right, so Jade and Jade and Treecaster, what do you guys want to do? Treecaster, you're still in the lobby. I'm assuming maybe you would have wandered off across the hall and into the open common room.
Yes. I'm gonna head into the common room.
All right, so you burst forth into the room and you see that the place is abuzz with the early evening, the likes of which I just described. Food and fare and your friends sitting around, a queer arrangement of people and just an awkward circumstance taking place where one of the people here looks to be the most beautiful in the room, and it's a strange, pale-skinned, raven-haired woman in an armchair that sits elegantly with her arms crossed and engaged in an intense conversation with your friend Cricket. What do you want to do?
I'm going to head up to the bar there and see what options they have for drinks,
All
and
right.
drink whatever's available.
So you mill forward, and you push your way past a fancy table and arrangement of chairs to find a space at the bar next to your friend Jade. And you look forward, and you see placed on fine parchment, encased under glass beneath a covering that protects the ornate wood of the bar below, written in elegant golden script, any drink that you desire, tap the bar, and it will arrive. And so it's basically instructing you that whatever you want to drink, you just tap on the bar, think of what you want to drink, and it'll appear.
It's like going to like a Wawa. You just put your order in.
Jade would say, hello, wizard. How is your encounter?
It was, I thought, well, and then I went to help her get something off of her face, and then she kind of called the guards and had me escorted out. But I think I won because she gave me a prize.
That is very interesting and a little suspicious, but okay. What did she look like? I didn't.
So he would relay to you that
What,
she is a radiantly beautiful
you don't have to repeat it. You
copper
can
skinned
just say
elf.
it. Yeah. Okay.
So he actually doesn't relay how she looks very well.
Okay.
Given that she is another race, he's kind of not really great at describing other races. So he tries to describe her, but kind of just makes it a very generic description with only like the most, only her most obvious traits really were correctly described.
Okay. I got you.
So your friend Elris posts up at the bar, still feeling the lingering effects of this incredible intoxicant. You look at him and his pupils are blown out. His
I'm like,
deep blue elven
so-
eyes peer at you.
So I speak to him in Elvish. I'm like, so did you have a nice time?
From what I remember, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Jade is not. Jade is super suspicious. She's gonna keep her meeting with Green Song, but she knows that something is not right here. Like, this is not how things are supposed to be.
All right. So as you guys sit in the common room and take in, food and fare or whatever you're choosing, I guess, do you all get any food or get any drinks? I know that Treecaster, you tap the bar. What do you want to appear?
It's gonna be some kind of honey mead,
Okay.
and that and some potatoes,
Okay.
and yeah, that'll be all he goes for.
So when you tap the bar, you see apparate in front of you the glass with the honey mead, which effervesces with a warm vapor that has the faint smell of bluebells that wafts about your nose. I need you to roll me an Arcana check with advantage. And as this smell hits your nose with this pleasant aroma, you hear a clattering noise as two double saloon-style doors open, swinging violently on their hinges as a female approaches through the door with her hand stretched out, pushing the doors forward violently as they clatter against the wall. She forces her way to the front and bumps into the attendant with her hip, checking him to the side of the bar in front of Elris. And she brings a plate and sets it down in front of you, Treecaster. And on the plate you see some steamed potatoes with seasoned herbs and, just some general food and fare to go along with it, and a little bit of gravy. With your 26 Arcana. As you observe the honeymead and you see it effervesce and you smell the scent of bluebells, you recall that bluebells have a very unique magical property to them. And they are often used in the art of fey magic.
Yes.
I'm going to smell that, and then I'm going to put it back down. And do I get the same smell from the food?
You go to take a big sniff with your furball nose, and you take in the aromatic vapor coming off of the hot food with its herbs adorning it. And you smell rosemary and scallions, and you get the savory smell of a light roux of gravy over steamed, fluffy, carby potatoes. Nothing quite
Now I'm
sticks out.
Now I'm hungry, Ryan.
I know, me too. I'm like, damn, I want some potatoes and gravy. All right. So I see that you rolled a perception check. You were just trying to observe the scene taking place, Jade.
So yeah, I want to know what the person looks like.
So, okay. You see this person that pushes their way through the kitchen doors violently. And she appears to be an elegant woman, older than any of the other people you've seen here, including the guests. She essentially is an elf with green skin and a thick braid that curls around her shoulders like a serpent and ties itself off in front of her chest with an elegant brooch. Her eyes are glassed over and milky white, and she has a thin veil hanging in front of her face. She has a elegant gown on, and it hangs down on her sleeves with like silky sleeves that cover her fingertips, and she essentially appears to have a soft voice and a little bit of age to the skin around her neck and crow's feet around her eyes. And in addition to her walking forward, as you perceive her violently push her way out of the kitchen, you notice that she takes her one hand before she sets the plate down that is free, and she begins to fish about in the air, directing her walking path. And when she finds the bar end and brings the plate to your friend Treecaster, she thumbs the edge of the bar with her hand, guiding her hand with the plate down to the top of the bar before setting the plate down haphazardly, almost spilling the contents onto the surface of the bar in front of Treecaster.
Can I say something to her?
Absolutely.
Excuse me, madam. Are you Mr. Screensong?
She looks over at you and she says, yes, certainly. What can I do for you?
I hand her the letter. Did you send this to me?
She slides down the bar using her hands to guide her, and she gets to you and she says, I'm afraid, dear, you'll have to put the letter on the bar.
Yeah, I opened the letter for her and I placed her hands on it.
You place her hands on the bar and on top of the letter. You instantly notice on her hands that she has a little bit of an arthritic curl to her fingers, and she splays her hands out and feels the paper, and she says, is this just a cocktail napkin?
No, it's the letter I received.
Roll me a deception check.
A deception or insight?
Persuasion, excuse me. Roll a persuasion check. Not deception, my bad.
No, I mean I can do any of them.
I just made the wrong call.
16.
All right, so yeah, you convince her that it's a letter and not a cocktail napkin, and she thumbs about the letter a little bit and she says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, my dear. My Aries aren't what they once were. Even the goddess Selune's great power unfortunately is not able to keep one sight for so many years. And she
I
says,
understand, madam.
unfortunately, it's not written in Braille. I probably, or whoever wrote it to you, had an attendant write it for them. Can you please tell me what it says? And so you pick up the letter and basically you read it back to her, and she recognizes her own verbiage, and she says, "Oh, that's right. I did see you. I wanted to invite you to a private tasting, if you will. You see, I am a procurer of fine ingredients, and I seek to do something different with this temple. I'd love to turn it into an establishment for fine dining, but more so than that, I think, discernibly so between you and me, there's something wonderful about the water here. It makes wonderfully powerful magical ingredients, and if you're willing to help me take care of my business partners, I could give you a gift, a very powerful gift."
I'm totally. I would say that I am willing to meet her later and hear her proposition, but I'm not agreeing to it until I know more.
Okay. So she says, "Well, that sounds excellent. If you would like to talk with me more, I certainly appreciate that. But why don't we do this? Why don't you meet me in the Northeast Tower later this evening?"
I would be happy to, mistress.
And she says, "Good day to you." And she nods, but clearly she's looking at Elris and not you, trying to find where your location is. And then you see her reach her hand below the bar as she slumps down a little bit, and she's feeling around below her waist, and she says, "Ah, there you are, Morty. Such a naughty puppy. Take mommy home, please." And you see this dog rear up and put its full paws up on the bar. It's taller than the tallest of the party when it stands on its hind legs, and you notice this dog to be a giant mastiff. I need everyone at the bar to roll me perception checks, and actually you can too, Cricket, if you will.
Treecaster, he will probably forego his perception check because he sees a dog and he loves dogs, so he's just gonna immediately be like, "Who's a good boy?" and start petting the dog.
This
All
is-
right.
how we have like 3 characters that are all like, fuck it, let's just do all this.
Okay, I rolled a 20. My passive perception is 16, and I was looking at her.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just waiting to see. What did you get? Okay, Elris, and then this. And then
24 here.
I see yours, yeah. What'd you get, Cricket? It's just okay, cool. So, ironically, everyone except for Treecaster notices this. As the dog rears up on the bar, you see Lady Greensong drape an arm over the back of its shoulders, around its neck and haunches, and grab gently at a tuft of skin to help guide her away from the bar and back to the door. But when you see the dog do this, it rears its jaws, revealing its teeth, which are unnaturally long and sharp and fanged. And specifically Jade and Elris, you see right away that this dog has eyes that burn like fire.
The hellhound. Huh. Cool.
Metagame much?
No, I mean that's me. That's me above the table. That's not
I
me
know.
saying anything.
Yeah, I had no idea what it was, so.
I mean, y'all could roll in, nature or arcana looking at this strange dog if you would like. I'm just messing with you, Jason.
Well, I mean, Drayden's already gone and pet the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
I haven't gotten to Drayden yet. I haven't gotten to
I
Drayden
rolled
yet.
an 18 arcana on the dog.
All right. So on your 18 arcana, you insinuate by the appearance of this dog that there's something supernatural about it, but that's the best you can ascertain. And when you attempt to go pet the mastiff, Treecaster, as it has its paws up on the bar, almost snout to face with Jade. It snaps in your direction, revealing slobbering jaws that sling hot, stinging spit against your skin, and it growls. And Lady Greensong says, "Oh, more tea! Don't be scaring the guests like that!" And she looks at you, Treecaster, and says, "But I advise you, if you value that fat fingertip, you draw your hand back and don't you ever touch my damn dog again."
Oh, sorry. He's just being a good boy. He's just being a protector. That's what he does. Can I give him a treat? And I'm going to toss a potato to the dog.
So you toss a potato down to the dog. Roll an animal handling check with advantage.
Ooh. I was gonna go over there, but I'm not going to now.
You said animal handling, right?
Yeah, with advantage.
That's going to be
10.
12.
You said it was a 12?
Yep.
All right. So you toss the potato down at the bar. The dog, in a disciplined manner, takes no notice of the potato and doesn't flinch. It still remains with its jaws and a low growl in front of your face, laser focused on you, until Lady Greensong has grabbed at the collar about its neck and turned her position to face her shoulders in the direction of the door to walk back into what you assume to be the kitchen. Shoot, hold on. I just lost my train of thought. I apologize. Anyway. Yeah.
We may want to call it soon because it's 11. It's after 11.
Yeah, I mean, we can go ahead and end game here in just a few seconds if you guys want, and we'll do another session.
It's up to everyone. I just wanted everyone to know that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being the timekeeper there because I had lost track myself. So the dog itself, basically, it starts to lead Lady Greensong back through the saloon-style doors into the kitchen. And just as the doors waft open, you see a basin with putrid liquid eking a strange vapor before the saloon doors close shut. And the three of you sit at the bar with an attendant that is brushing itself off and gathering its posture, adjusting its clothing. It moves back towards the central part of the bar. And all of you standing there watching the scene as this attendant gathers its composure and begins milling about cleaning the bar, notice a small trail of hay and straw along the floor and against the bar top where it was pushed into the wall.
The Jade says, get her to companion. I think these bitches may be witches.
Treecaster is going to take notice of the hay.
I
will mention to
take
the
it to the
others.
thing and put the bag in a second. Treecaster's what? I'm sorry.
To the others that he found some in the room with Lady Azursa.
In the workout room?
Yep.
Okay. So Azursa,
And also,
go ahead.
right here.
Yeah, I saw some attendant leak hay earlier around here too.
So, Cricket, you hear this conversation take place about attendance and hay and a strange thing in the garden. And Lady Morgana notices you lose attention for a minute in her conversation, and she says, "I will see you later this evening, Cricket, for our special treatment." And she bends forward, takes your hand, gives it a kiss, and you notice an impression of her pink lipstick on your hand, still warm and wet. And you smell the scent of strawberries. And she says, "You're already so lovely, but you will be perfection. Think about what you would like. Pray about it beforehand. Even if you don't believe in her, it's okay. She believes in you. She showed me you in a vision, and that's why you've been chosen. And I've been praying for someone like you for quite some time." She stands up, adjusts her dress, pulls her hair back into a braid, and then she kisses you on the cheek and says, for the evening.
I kiss her square in the mouth.
You go to... Alright, so I just saw Treecaster's message. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up here in a second. So you go ahead and you give her a kiss in the mouth. And past the taste of strawberries from her lipstick-coated lips, you get a faint taste of iron in your mouth. As your tongue swirls about with hers, you notice her tongue is soft, warm, but has this strange iron taste that mingles with a sweet strawberry nectar. And she begins to kind of moan back, receiving the kiss into your mouth, and you feel like a voice in your throat that is not the soft voice of hers, and it goes, and she pulls away from the kiss, and she pulls away from the kiss, and for a brief moment you look at her hair, and instead of seeing her hair crowned with the little veil that held it back with the golden chain, instead of it being a golden chain, you notice that it's actually a hempen-like cord, arrayed like a halo and tied with braids and macrame. But hanging from this hempen cord, strewn throughout bits of her black raven hair that was previously disguised, are strings of beaded bones on cords. And one particular bone is wrapped in a red cord, with the end of the bone painted white on one end and the other end of the bone painted black.
Sweet.
And
I like the wicked ones.
She pulls the hair back, tying it and disguising the bone-like adornments once again, before calling for 2 attendants as she moves further into the temple away down this hall. And that's where we'll go ahead and end our evening. We'll wrap it up with this. The Cambien Saith walks into the lobby and says, "Well, service at the temple will be resuming in the morning. The hour at 5 a.m., the workout area, or you can come down for breakfast should you choose, which is included in your stay. Rooms are here and available for lodgings." And he says, "I will have one of our attendants show you to them." And you see a strange little tiefling lumber down the hallway. And the tiefling comes out with a bellhop's hat on and little like jingle bells on its arms and tail. And it walks forward and it says, "Hello! Welcome to the Temple of the Restful Lily. I'll show you to your rooms." And he sort of wanders awkwardly, walking about. Everyone in the party can roll me a history check.
Can we take our stuff? Like, I know we put them in these.
Yeah, so you would be able to gather the things from the trunk, and there are trunks in the room. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's what. Okay, cool.
And
What'd you say?
so-
Perception?
History.
Real quick, they would go up to her room to find out what it is, but then she would come back to the bar to meet them.
We're not in the rooms
Yep.
yet. Slow down.
I know, but we're ending game. I'm just saying.
I not. Can we? What'd you say? Roll perception?
Yeah, everyone in the party can roll perception.
You said history, I thought.
I mean, excuse me, history, yeah.
Or history. Okay.
My bad. And I don't
I
know
was trying
why, for the life of me, I think this map has an issue with it. So just ignore where he's actually heading over here. There's supposed to be a door, but it doesn't look like there is one.
Oh shit.
Alright, so 10 history, 16 history. What else we got?
I'm coming.
A massive 8 here.
Everything's bogging down all of a sudden.
It's okay.
No.
You can just
Yeah,
we'll just say nobody passes.
No, hold on. Wait. Nope, 7.
We're just saying nobody passes.
So yeah, no one passes their history check. You all just know that this is a kobold.
Treecaster didn't pass with a 16.
Oh, sorry, you had a 16. My bad. So you instantly recognize this strange creature to be a kobold. You've seen them as menaces that plague your woods, where your furball creature companions live, and They're of the mountain and they're quite destructive. This particular kobold, though, catches your eye because he walks in a way not like any other kobold you've ever seen. Normally they scratch about and they kind of have a jumping prance like a dragon, and they're very skitterish. This one sort of awkwardly steps as though trying to maintain human gaits.
I bet it's not a real kobold.
And he leads you into a hallway and stands here, and you see three.
Wait, where are we going?
I'm moving you in the hall real quick.
Are we going top right?
He moves you into the hall and he says, 3 rooms here and 1 behind me. Make your pick.
Just give me a room.
All right.
I'll take the one in the bottom.
All right. So you take this room, and then I'll give you the first room, and then Treecaster, and there we go. Just pick a room. So there we go. So everyone has a room for the night, and you all end up bedding down. And...
But Jay would go back to the bar.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And that's where we'll end game for the night. So I was pretty close when I read through this. I think it is going to be another episode to finish things out, possibly even one more, depending on how much we get into. Next week, there will not be this game, and in the week after, there will be. So you got a week in between for any kind of strategy you'd like to come up with. We can role play in the chat in between games, and we can discuss any kind of downtime activities you'd like to keep complete in your evening as you bed down for the night at the Temple of the Restful Lily. Any last remarks from any of my players, in character or out of character? Above.
I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell's going on. We're just at a spa.
Okay, Jay is super sketched out, and out of character. This may be one of the weirdest D&D games I played. Like,
dude, you have no idea. When you were like, "Hey, you should run this adventure," and you sent it to me, and I started reading it, I was like, whoa, okay, all right, and then I'm trying to tie it into my multiverse, and I'm like, this can work, but it's gonna get weird.
We're just kicking it at a spa. I mean, this
can work, but it's gonna get weird.
I think it's awesome.
Hey, if you have a second after game, Andrew, stick around for a minute. But hey, we're Old Dominion Heroes. Thank you so much for tuning in and for your support. It's awesome to have friends like you join us on our adventures. And I am your DM, Shogun Ryu, and this has been our Monday night episode of Candlekeep Mysteries, The Price of Beauty. Have a good week, folks, and be kind to one another.